Hello. Hello, hello, hello. We are going to hit a all boss stuff, and let's go ahead and start the local recording for this. And then oh shit, wrong one. Yeah. So when I got home from work, Josh was already playing Elden Ring, and he had determined that he was done. And he had already determined that he was done playing Elden Ring. He was annoyed by it, whatnot like that. So let's go ahead and log in. Ooh, I forgot to do this. Hold on. We're going to flop over to this screen. Okay, we are back. Look, I've been sleepy, okay? Work was hell. We had a very crazy night last night at work, but we're going back. So, I like to do melee. I am a melee builder or player. It is what it is. So, with that being said, if you want to know what each of these does, if you hit the touchpad on the PS5 controller, you have view controls, right? But there's an explanation given above each one. Now, every one of these items, except for this one, you can acquire in game. This is a Golden Rune 8, but you only acquire the Lands Between rune at the start. That's it. You only acquire this at the very start of the game. But this is on a merchant. We're going to pick up a bunch of these. Certain enemies drop these. Um, you're going to pick that up off a merchant. We're going to find a bunch of these as well as buy them. We can buy and pick these up. We can get a craft book to make these. We can buy these off somebody, and we're going to pick this up. So the best thing to start with is this, because that is $3,000 worth of money. We're going to be Knight of Arts. So, let's see here.
The fallen leaves.
We're going to beat the Grafted Scion.
Tell a story.
This is the very first boss that you're going to run into in the start as you start the game. Now, the Vagabond, or the Knight, whatever you want to call it, is the only class that starts overweight. Okay, so if you hit the start button, you can go over here to you'll pull this menu up. Okay, so we're going to click on inventory. Now if you go to the right side of the screen under character status, it's going to have your rune level. As you see, it tells you right here you can level up using runes. A figure represents overall attribute strength. How many runes you currently have. This is your runes is the same as your souls. Your vigor is your life. Like, it tells you what each one of your attributes do, so you can figure out, your own play style and how you want to do it, right? Well, your HP here is determined by your vigor. The higher your vigor stat is, the more HP you're going to have. Your FP is determined by your mind stat. The more mind you have, the more FP you're going to have to cast magic, summons, or do Ash of Wars that are on your weapon. Stamina is determined by your endurance. The more endurance you have, the longer you can attack and stuff like that. Your equip load is also determined by your endurance. Now, if you look right underneath the equip load, we are heavy loaded. We are heavy loaded because we have 2 weapons and a shield. And the best starting armor that you can get for starting out. It is what it is. So, we got to drop something. We're going to drop the halberd and the shield, because we don't need them right now. We're also going to get rid of the rune because we don't want to use it. We're going to go over to this pouch. We're going to drop the Memory of Grace. We do not need it. We are not going to use it because the Memory of Grace is your homeward bone. But you lose all your runes when you use it. We don't want to do that. Your discovery is linked to your arcane stat. The more arcane you have, the more you're likely to discover items or get drops. And your memory slot is where you're going to acquire the items to increase that. That's for your spells and incantations. Okay. So, now that we got that, when you come up to this door, it will always tell you only opens for those carrying a finger. Yes, sir, he gave up. I asked him this morning. So when you come up to this door, it will always give you that message. You have to come over here and pick this up. If you do not pick that up, you cannot get out of this room. As you see, we picked it up. Now we're able to get out of the room. So if you're playing online, these are bloodstains. These are people who died. You can actually click on them and see how they died. In this area, all these bloodstains are people falling to their death. You will have messages like this, where they tell you all sorts of dumb things. Don't pay attention to ones that are obviously stupid. Well, he said he was going to do a mage build. So, alright. There is nothing to pick up, nothing to really explore in this area. So we're going to come across the bridge here. We're going to come down here. So, you can come through this first part and you're not going to worry about getting attacked right away. As you see, we have a fog wall right there. We either have to get beat by the boss will take you down to 1 HP, and then you will be ported to the next area. You can beat the boss, and then you have to die in order to progress to the next area. Well, beating the boss gives you 3,200 runes, a sword, and a great shield. Now, we're going to beat the boss using the Ash of War, because there's a thing called poise in this game. And once you break the poise, you can get a riposte or a critical on the enemy. The Grafted Scion, his poise is set to 80. A heavy attack of the Ash of War for this weapon does 40 poise damage. So we have to hit it twice. When he spawns in, he's going to jump over that tower and land. We're going to immediately hit him with a heavy Ash of War. And then as soon as that's done, we're either going to dodge, depending on what he's going to do, we're either going to dodge, we're going to back away, or we're going to be able to immediately hit him with another one. It all depends on what he's going to do. He can back up and he can scream. The scream will do damage, which is why we will immediately back up. And after he's done, we'll immediately hit him with another square off, heavy attack square off. That will break his poise. Then we will riposte him, and then we will immediately hit him with another heavy square off. If he doesn't do the scream, he will do like this spin slash attack, and we will roll forward. You will roll into it, and when you roll into it, you will literally roll right over his attack. And then he will post up on his legs, and we will hit him with a square off, which will break his poise, and we'll get the riposte, and then another square off after that. He can do this spinning. He will try to spin to win. If he does that, it's a bit of some bullshit, because it can take you out of the time frame that you need to get the second square off on him to get the riposte. Enemies do recover poise over time. There is a set time frame, and then they will automatically start recovering poise. Alright, now that we covered the basics, let's go ahead and go beat the bastard. As you see, there goes the spin to win, but we missed one of the square offs. And this is what happens when he beats you. As you see, there was no "you died" screen that popped up. You immediately get the cutscene and you come to here. Okay. Now, I'll show you how to beat. What happens when you do beat them. There are several things you can do in this game, and it's based off of. There are several things you do, and you get different rewards for doing different things. So that way I don't get them confused. This one's going to be knight of D. Just because the first letter of my name is actually D.
The fallen.
Alright. Now, if you've played Bloodborne, you know the gestures suck. And I have accidentally activated some of the gestures in this game. I activated them more in Bloodborne than I do this one, but I can't stand that they're motion activated. And it drives me insane, so I remove them every time. Why are you doing... That is a rare RNG that you get from that guy. Okay. He does not do that moveset very often. And of course, when I try to do the recording, that's probably what it was, honestly. Because the normal RNG is he lands, you can hit him with a square off, and he will back up and scream. Once he does the scream, you can get the second square off on him, poise break, you get the riposte. He will then back up a little bit and do a or he will post up on his legs to stab and stomp on the ground, and you can get another square off on that, cause the next poise break, get the riposte, and then hit him with another square off right after the riposte, and then he will buff his weapons, and that gives you the opportunity to hit him with another square off and get the final poise break for it. And then after that, all you got to do is hit him once with a regular R1. But I'm going to keep getting all the weird RNGs from him. See, well, there goes the scream. How long you want to bet before it gives me the normal RNG? You rat bastard. Well, let's try it. Because it's not like he's that hard. But it's the fact that he never starts off with the same moves. Like, we're going to have bosses that are always starting off with the same shit every single time. So it's easy to do what you need to do. But this dickhead just always sucks. Now we square off. Like I said, post up, square off, riposte, square off. There goes the scream. Square off. And now all we gotta do is hit them. See? There went one of those normal opening RNGs. What a dick. But as I told you, some bosses that you can only acquire certain weapons if you beat them. Like, you will not pick this up anywhere else in the game unless you beat the Grafted Scion. Like, it is just one of those things. Grafted Scion does have to be beat in order to acquire these two weapons. So, now that we beat them, the fog wall is down, right? You can either run out here and run to the edge of this bridge, and there's a platform that breaks away, and we drop down. Normally, when you die to a boss, you lose all your runes. Not just a boss, but when you die in general, you lose all your runes and you have to go back and pick them up. Okay. It is just how it goes. As you see, we beat them and we're back here where the other cutscene was. So if you take the path to the left or right and drop down here, we're going to run into what is known as a grace. This is the bonfires, it's the lamps, it's whatever you know it as from the other Souls games. You can click it. Now, I have my tutorials turned off. Where is it at? See? Let's turn them on. So if you come over here, it is going to tell us how to play the game. And this is your actual tutorial area for this game. It will walk you through everything, tell you how to do it, all that stuff. So, even if you didn't beat the Grafted Scion, you're going to wind up here. And you can run through here and get the walkthrough of how to beat these people. Now, there's a lot of hidden mechanics in this game. And one of them is an overkill mechanic. When you do more than 150% damage to an enemy, you will get an overkill bonus. Now, that bonus is based off of how much the enemy is worth. Okay? If we killed this guy normally, we get 32 runes. Because we did an overkill, we got 46. And that's the same with these other guys that I'm killing. Because I'm hitting them with a charged heavy, I'm doing 150% more damage. And I'm getting 14 runes versus 11. Now, it may not seem like a lot, but those extra 3 runes add up. So, what just happened there? That noise you heard and him drop into a knee? That was me breaking his poise. That's the exact same thing we were doing to the Grafted Scion. Every enemy here. Did it really? Hello. Hello. Are you sure you didn't mute me on accident, Smoker? Alright. Every enemy has a different level of poise. Some have like 10 poise, some have 30 poise, some have 40. I think the most is like 160, 180, something like that. You can beat enemies without breaking their poise. It is not that bad. Breaking an enemy's poise, though, is one of the fastest ways to beat them because the critical damage, majority of the times, is very helpful. Because it can give you time to kind of recuperate. It can give you time for a heal if you're fighting a boss that is not giving you a moment, or that is every time you go to heal, they hit you, kind of canceling out the heal. I like breaking poise. That's what I'm going to do quite a bit during this. Now, we got our next site of grace. We got a fog wall here. We can't progress. So, this thing right here required stone sword keys. If you decided to start with a stone sword key, you can get through here. This area is even though it's in the starter area, it's on the more difficult end of the starting area. The boss at the end of that area is the second strongest boss in the whole starting area. It also pays out the second most at 15k. So if you want to go try to fight it, you're more than welcome to. We will get down there shortly because there are other things that are in there that we're gonna want and we're gonna go after. So we're gonna get to this grace. We're gonna sit down. Now, you can talk to this guy, and he is going to pretty much tell you we need to go to that castle right up there. But we have a vast area of exploration. Just to give you an example, this is where we started. Okay, the castle's right over here. We have all this area. We have more down here. We have more over here. We have a lot. This is a very big game. You have tons. The guy that's right in front of us, that is in an open world boss. We have tons of them. There's 207 bosses in this game. And you can easily stumble across them. This guy, he sucks ass. what we're going to do is we're going to constantly hit him with square offs to do exactly what we just did to him there. You do not want to fight any mounted enemies on any type of elevation. I say that because their hitboxes will extend out more than what they should when you fight them on elevation. So you want to get them to any type of flat land, which is either at the bottom of that hill or at the top of it. I bring them down here because I have more room to fight him down here with less things in my way. Bad time to heal. He more or less telegraphs his attacks. So he's not that hard to... He is very hard to beat. Don't get me wrong. Starting out, your first time playing, he is a pain in the ass to beat. But if you take your time and you watch what he's doing, you're going to get your roll times down. And as you saw, 2 square offs breaks his stance. You cannot riposte enemies that are mounted. The Tree Sentinel is also an enemy that you cannot defeat his horse. His horse is actually part of him for some reason. So when you attack him and the horse. So it is what it is. But we have other mounted enemies. We have a Night Cav, who is a nighttime mounted enemy, where you can knock him off the horse. The horse has its own HP bar. You can knock him off the horse, and you can easily get a free critical when you knock him off. So here is your smithing table. It's your starter areas. You can only smith to +3 until you get to the hub. Once you get to the hub, you can get to the blacksmith that's there, and you can level up, if you got the stones, as much as you want. We have 2 types of weapons. Okay. So this is a normal smithing stone weapon. It requires 12 stones to level up. There are a lot of smithing 1 stones throughout this first area. This is a special weapon. It requires somber stones to level up. So this requires 12. This only requires 1 of each somber stone to level. Somber weapons go to +10. Smithing weapons go to +25. Now, we're able to find items that will allow us to buy infinite smithing 1 through 8 to take a weapon of +24, or somber 1 through 9 to take a weapon of +9. The +10 stones are Fight Night. They are limited. They are locked behind quest items, our NPC quest. You have a few that are out in the open world, and stuff like that. Certain enemies may drop them, but for the sake of this, we are going to do this as if, y'all have never played. So I'm also going to include all the NPC quest lines and stuff like that, where I would normally kill the NPCs, and get the items that they drop after you defeat them, because that's what I've gotten used to doing. So these are your merchants. You will find several of them throughout each area. Usually every area has a merchant. So this is Kale. He is the only merchant with the name. As you see, you come here. We have these cookbooks. You can you can change the display to see what what you're able to make after you get the cookbook. We need the crafting kit. We're going to buy the crafting kit from the very start. And that's it for right now. Just the crafting kit. So, as you see, we got a little explanation of the crafting kit. So now we can craft at least 6 items from the start. Clearly, fire bombs, mini fire bombs, little bone darts, throwables that you can throw at somebody. You can feed that to your... We're going to get a mount, and you can make these to give to the mount to restore its health. These are just things you can drop that indicate where you've been. And these right here is if you're planning on doing like co-op or play with another player, whether you want to do PvP or have that player come in the world to help you fight bosses. You will make these because when you use it, say you have somebody put a sign down here, you go in and you use that item that you make, the fur calling finger, you will see their summon sign. Specifically their summon sign. You will see everybody's summon sign that appears. But if you go to multiplayer and you put are we not logged in? There we go. So you can use this to put your summon sign down. But if you plan on playing with somebody, I would put a password. Put a password down. There's nothing wrong with it. This way, if somebody wants to play with you, they put their password in, and then they would do this. And that would appear. You would pop that item that you could craft, and then this sign would appear. And then you could summon that person into your game, and they could help you. Now, you can only summon people into areas that they have been and boss fights that they have already fought. So if you're playing with somebody else who's never played Elden Ring, and y'all are in the starting area, y'all are both over here, as long as he has engaged the Tree Sentinel, you can summon him to help you fight the Tree Sentinel on your side. And then he could summon you to help you beat the Tree Sentinel. He could summon you to help beat the Tree Sentinel in his game. But you cannot summon him to an area that he has never been. Now, when you beat enemies, they drop certain things. They can drop their armor, they can drop weapons, they can drop stones. If you get guys dropping smithing stones, it's a bit of a freebie. Because that's less stones that you have to pick up or potentially buy. We are going to pick up a lot of stones. I am going to tell you that now. We're going to be going through each area, kind of killing everything. Normally I would run through, but I figured we will do a pretty big walkthrough, breaking it down, making this game a lot simpler than what it is. as well as lucky drops. Let's come up here. We'll pick up the root resin because it is a crafting item that we will be using quite a bit. We got some more down here. We'll pick that up. Now we'll go over here. We'll backstab this guy. Alright, we are going into our first actual cave. Pick up the mushrooms too. Mushrooms are used for the pots. Now, if you go too far away from your sign or to another area where signs are going to be present, you're going to lose your sign. Now, if you come across something like this, you can use this to activate a summoning pool where you can have people come in, or you could see other people's summon signs. Now, there are multiple ways to play this game. You can use magic, you can use range, you can be stealthy. We'll probably get into a bit of all of it, but I'm mainly going to use melee. For right now, we're going to do guard counters. Come on. And the reason being, whenever you come across a pack of wolves, you're going to have an alpha wolf. The alpha wolves are usually white. So when you guard and an enemy attacks, at the end of their attacks, if you hit the heavy button, the heavy attack button, they'll do what is a guard counter. And that's what it is. It is a fast way if you're afraid of openly attacking an enemy to help break their poise. So we're going to come up here and we're going to get our first free cracked pot. Now we have a cracked pot to make throwables. We can make a firebomb because of it. We're going to pick everything up. Now, it may not seem like it, but this thing, that's a crafting item. We'll grab all of it because there will be items we'll be crafting and we need cave moss. It is what it is. So we're going to go in here. The enemy in here is the Beastman of Farum Azula, or Bofa. He is not the tankiest guy, but he is fast. As you see, if you guard too much, it will break your stamina. Alright. Now that we covered them breaking stamina, I'm going to beat them. Jump. Jump. Oh, we both whiffed. So, I made that fight a little bit more interesting than what I should have. But if you plan on doing guard counters or using a shield, you have to be wary of your stamina. As you saw, tanking attacks like that will cause your stamina to deplete. And when you deplete your stamina, they will break your guard and you will be vulnerable to attacks. So pick and play how you choose. So if you choose to do guard counters, that's cool. I suggest using a great shield if you plan on doing that, and using a spear if that's what you want to do, because you can guard, and after you guard, you poke, and you can actually keep your guard up while you're attacking from behind a great shield. You can use a medium shield and do the exact same thing, but usually great shields can absorb greater impact. So, and then you want a shield that does 100% physical negation. There's quite a bit of them that do. Like here, our damage negation for the shield is 100% physical. Guard boost is also when you do a guard counter. That's what that is referencing. As you see, this great shield, 100% physical negation. You can also hit people with your shields. You can use them as weapons. Like, they do quite a bit. I have beaten the shit out of people with shields before. It is kind of fun. You do have some shields that will do status effects. So, yeah. So you have a day and night cycle that is here. We're going to touch this grace. We are not going to sit at it. We are going to touch it. Because if we sit at it, it will progress time and we will go into a cutscene. What we're going to do is we're going to sneak behind this guy and kill him. Okay. These carriages here usually all have a chest on them and they have something in them. This one has the Lordsworn Greatsword. There's a card over there that has a flail. We're going to switch to the Greatsword. Greatswords in this game are pretty fucking good. Almost all of them. They hit hard. They do great poise damage. This one in particular increases the amount of damage you do on riposte. So, not that bad. We're going to pick that up. So, after you kill him, we're going to make our way around. As you saw, we're going to backstab one. The enemy that's hiding right there will come forward and try to attack you. Charged R2 will immediately break his stance. Come up behind this one. We're going to backstab him. The other reason we are not sitting at that grace and progressing it, because it will automatically turn night, is there are nighttime enemies in areas that will spawn once it's night. We have enemies that carry horns. If they spot you, they will blow the horn and signal everybody coming in. Now, as you see, we got like a tablet right here, right? And an item in front of it. This marker right here on our map indicates that there's a reason why it would be there, right? That right there tells you where your mat fragments are. So as you see, we have now found the map for Limgrave West. And now we have a little detail of what's going on, of where things are, landscapes, elevations, all that wonderful stuff. You know what I haven't been doing? I haven't been marking my boss kills. Cave of Knowledge, Stranded Graveyard. That's where that one is. We killed Grafted Scion, or Tree Sentinel. Okay. So as you see, we now have the map fragment for this area. All these guys have low poise. The regular soldiers usually do. Usually a charged heavy will break their stance. Doesn't really matter if you use a straight sword or the great sword, you're going to be able to break their stance. Now, I know he didn't see me. Wow. Well, let's get you away from the great shield guy, because I don't want to be poked. And the great sword has greater reach than the actual straight sword. Now you can farm these guys up if you want their great shield. Does require 16 strength, I believe, in order to one-hand it. Oh yeah, back to that. So, if you notice in the lower left hand of the screen where the weapon is, we have a red X in the box there. We cannot one-hand this weapon. We use it, we are going to hit with we're going to actually lose damage trying to hit with it. And the reason being is we don't have enough strength to one-hand this weapon. Because if you look in the middle of the screen on the bottom right hand side where it says attributes required, it has strength 16. We have 14. You get a two-hand multiplier or addition when you two-hand. So if our strength is 14, we get an additional 7 points of strength for two-handing the weapon. If you have 20 strength, you get an additional 10 points. It is half of whatever your strength is, you will acquire an addition for two-handing. And they round up. So, example, if you have 35 strength, it's going to add an additional 18 points of strength to your attack. I have no idea what caught me there. So what happens if you die? I was preferred to die to the knight, but yeah. So as you see underneath my compass, there is a little glowing thing. That is where my runes are. That is where I died. So it is always going to appear on your compass, and if you go to your map, it will appear on your map as well, letting you know exactly where it's at. You have one chance to get your runes. If you die before you acquire them, you lose them all. So these things right here, Stake Americas, they're all over the place. If you run by one, it automatically triggers it. So if you die, you have the option to start at a stake, or you can start at the last grace you used. Every time you die, it will automatically reset the world to daytime, to morning. If you die as soon as it becomes night, it will automatically set it to morning. So if you're trying to do something at night, you have to rest at a grace and then reset and pass the time to nighttime. So now that we got the death part out of the way, let's go through here and kill everything. Okay. Because he's way over there, we're not going to wait for him to come back up. We're immediately just going to go after these guys over here. Now, we picked up some kukris earlier. We're going to put them in the lower left-hand corner of the pouch. We're going to find a merchant that sells infinite kukris. So we're going to use it to get attention of certain people. So that way we can kind of separate them. Now be careful who you throw a kukri at. Because if you hit the guy with the alarm with the kukri to try to get his attention, he's immediately going to sound the alarm. And then you got to deal with that. Of everybody in the camp running after you. We don't want to deal with that. So as you notice, we got too close and the knight saw us. The knight stopped and was looking at us. If we would have continued moving towards him, he would have started coming towards us to investigate. So if you don't want to deal with a bunch of people, turn around and go the opposite way of what you were going if they spot you. If someone actually sees you and becomes aggroed to you, you can lure them to a whole nother area to isolate them, to fight them. Now, if you're level with somebody, they're not going to see you. Their peripheral vision sucks. If you are in front of them, they will see you. So you want to stay directly level with them or slightly behind them. I always suggest staying slightly behind. It is easier that way. As you see, there go our runes. Right? So if we come up here and we pick them, we get them all back. Ooh. Come this way. Now, depending on where you attack people at, enemies will hear you and come and investigate. Now, if I was to fight them where that first set of where the soldier and the wolf was, this guy would have came over to investigate, which is why I moved back. Now, we have the knight and we have this guy left. If we sit right here, the knight's not gonna see us, but better safe than sorry. Come hide behind these barrels. You can hit them to get his attention. He'll come and investigate. But depending on where the knight is, he may hear them too. So what you want to do is you want to sneak up behind him. Watch the knight. Once he's off your screen, you're pretty much safe to backstab. And then you're going to come down here. This is a key item. So we picked up a whetstone. The whetstone allows us to change the actual wars of the weapons that we are using. And it gave us an Asher War. Now, you can change different. There are multiple whetstones throughout the game. Ones that allow you to put heavy attunement, which means the weapon scales better with strength. Quality, to where it scales with dex and strength. Keen, where it scales with dexterity. Fire, holy, lightning, poison, occult, magic, frost. You can change it to where you have status effects on your weapon, and it will scale with either magic, strength, dex, either strength, dex, intelligence, faith, or arcane, and it all depends on what it is that you're putting on. Now, we used a heal, but we got all our heals back. This game has an enemy group refill. Once you kill all the enemies in certain areas, you will automatically get a refill on all your flask. So if you're out of mana flask, if you're out of health flask, but you kill them, you will get a certain amount of your flask back. It does not restore every single flask that you use. But if you use one or two, good chances is it will restore your flask back to the max. Now this is why we didn't sit at the first grace. Because when you sit at either one of these two graces or another grace, it will automatically turn it nighttime. As y'all see, it's night. You will get this cutscene. She will ask you a question. You want to say you want to accept, because if you refuse, you don't get your mount. And then you have the option to pass time, level up now, memorize spell. You can put items in your chest, or you can change the Ash of War. This is what we just got. Until we get the whetstone that allows us to pick the affinities of what we want to put on the Ash of Wars, whenever you go to equip an Ash of War, it will automatically go to whatever that Ash of War is set for. This Ash of War, Storm Stomp, is set for a quality build, which is why it now says Lordsworn's Quality Greatsword, which means this weapon will scale best with strength and dex if we equip that. Where if we leave it with the standard Ash of War that automatically comes with the weapon, we get no change in name and our scaling doesn't change. So, she just gave us our mount. I always put the mount in the bottom right of the pouch. So I hold triangle and I press down and I get a horsey. Now, maneuvering and combat on the horsey sucks. I'm not going to lie, it sucks. It is what it is. Now, we're going to go see the other mounted nighttime boss, as well as talk to an NPC that is just in this area. So, as y'all heard, we had somebody talking to us, but where are they? They're not around. But that bush looks different from these other bushes, right?
Pretending you can't see me.
As you see, when whoever it is that's talking, this bush moves. But we have no prompt for anything, alright? So attack it. Hit it once.
What'd you go and do that for?
We now have an NPC. This guy's quest line is a bit long, and it can be annoying. You have an option at the end of it where you can save him, or you can let him go to his own death. But we want to run through all the dialogue of all the NPCs. He gives us 10 free mushrooms, and then he's going to tell us. So we have now ran through his entire dialogue because he is repeating himself. If we were to go rest and come back here, he would progress to the next spot of his quest. Okay? So if we get on our horse and we come back this way. Ooh, piece of candy. If you see glowing skulls on the ground, run over them. You get a free 200, a rune that gives you 200 souls. Those things add up. You stop it. So we see a scarab here. There are multiple scarabs in this game. Some drop you Ash of Wars, some will drop you stones, some will refill your flask. They will refill your mana flask or your health flask depending on if it's a light blue or a light red. You have some that drop spells, incantations, stuff like that. And it's all based on the color of which they are. Now that we've covered that, we're going to warp back here to the Church of Ella, because there's another NPC that is going to spawn in when we warp back here.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word?
We're going to go up, we're going to talk to her.
I'd heard tell, and upon looking in the talk, I surmised.
Now, what you say here honestly has no impact on this NPC's questline. You can say, you can answer yes or you can answer no. It doesn't make a difference. But for the sake of this, we're just going to say yes. It cuts the dialogue down where you ain't got to talk to her as much. And she immediately gives you the Spirit Calling Bell and the Lone Wolf Ashes. The Lone Wolf Ashes will allow you to summon in 3 wolves that will help you fight beside you when you're in certain areas that will allow you to do it. As you see, they cost your mana to summon. Once you summon them, they got their own health bars and stuff like that. And for those of y'all wondering, you have to equip them. So you would go down here to your hotbar and you scroll down and they're right there. You summon them in. They will stay with you as long as you're in the area that they are allowed to be summoned in. There will be a little grave marker that will appear in the middle, in the left side middle part of the screen on the left edge. When you see that grave marker pull up, you can summon them. Now, summoning, it works 2 ways. If you summon another player, like an actual player, you can summon them wherever they put their marker down. If there's a place for them to be summoned, you can summon them in. If you summon players in to help you fight bosses, the bosses get a buff. They get 50% more health, their poise goes up, and you get paid less if you summon another player in. So let's say I was to summon in, I don't know, Smoker. If I was to summon Smoker in here and then I was to go to fight a boss, that boss would get 50% more health and I would get less runes for fighting that boss. Now, if I was to summon the wolves in when I'm inside of the boss fight, the boss doesn't get no buff. I get paid the same amount of runes that I would get for normally fighting the boss by myself. So you got to think about that, because there are NPCs that you can summon into boss fights, and their signs are outside of the boss doors. If you summon them in, the boss will also get the buff, even if it's an NPC in the game. So you will see the gold summon sign by certain doors. We actually have 3 that are in this first area. We have one in a cave that's down there. We have one in an entrance going into the castle, and we have one before the final boss fight, if you know where that NPC is, and talk to them before you go into that boss fight. And when you do, there can be benefits from it, because sometimes they give you items and stuff after you beat the boss. You can get an item that you will only get if you summon that NPC in and beat the boss. So summoning, folks, it's hit and miss on how you decide you want to play it. Now, when you see the sky like this, where we have all these golden leaves all over the place, you are actually getting a bonus for your souls. So if you kill something, while these are out, you're going to get more souls for that kill. It's not a lot. I think it's like 5%, 5 or 10% with it. Die, please. Now, you hear the groans. You hear the groans more at night than you will during the day. And the groans are coming from the people that are up on the things. If you have a bow and arrow, you can actually shoot them and kill them. We don't have one yet. We will get one here shortly. How many stones do we have? We have 5. Okay. You also have areas where there are bosses that you need to summon down. And once you summon them down, they pretty much stay. Like this area. We got a dragon that just came in. That dragon will remain on the ground now and not go around flying anymore. Now that we did that, we're going to come over here to the Dragon Burnt Ruins and we're going to collect a few items. Look at that. Free stone sword key. Told you we'd pick them up. Now, the St. Trina's lilies are extremely useful because they're going to allow us to make an item that will allow us to deal with certain enemies, in particular 2 bosses that are very weak to the item that we make. Now, if you go over that wall and you come on down here, you will pick up the twin blade in the chest below. There's a chest down in the basement of the right over here. As you see, there's a basement right there. But it is a trapped chest. You go in it, it will teleport you somewhere else, and you will be trapped until you set at a site of grace. We are not going to take that chest yet because, I mean, hell, it's going to take us to a mid-game area. And we will get one-shotted by everything there. We're going to come over here to this site of grace. We're going to touch it. And then we're going to go this way. We're going to come here. And we're going to jump off this edge looking straight at that pillar. So, if you jump too far, this is going to happen, right? Now, I did this for a particular reason, because it took me a while to understand this. When you know, if you come up and you're looking at that pillar, turn the camera, and you see that whirl vortex, right? You want to jump towards it and just jump. We did not die. You want to land in the vicinity of these things. These things will allow you to jump great distances down or up and land safely. They are all over the map. You will run across them in areas. So when you see one, you want to jump directly into it or as close to it as possible. And you safely land and stuff like that. Now, I told y'all there are certain enemies that drop things. Now, this guy doesn't look like any of the enemies we fought so far. In this starter area, there is a good chunk of enemies that we will encounter throughout the game that are not in the starting area at all. There's only like 1 or 2 of them. This guy is an area, he's throughout the game. But he drops us an Ash of War that we will only pick up if we beat him. And it is a Ash of War that allows us to deal with flying enemies relatively well. as well as be very useful for another item or another part of the game's mechanics that allows us to dupe items from bosses. Alright, so if we go back into the cave, we're at the starter area. We can now pick up the item that we could have seen if we would have turned around in the starter area and looked back this way. So we have talismans. We have a talisman slot. We have two. We have one that boosts flame negation, so any type of fire damage, it boosts it. We have one that boosts holy damage, to where we take less from holy attacks. Now, we're going to warp back to the site of grace. Now, let's say you didn't go and activate the dragon, and you're just roaming around, and you make your way over here. There's an NPC here. You talk to him, he tells you about the dragon. Tells you stay away from it. We're going to kill the dragon. Don't worry. It's going to happen. Now, we see a bunch of guys over here fighting. You can go kill them if you want. You'll get a group refill if you do. It is what it is. I usually just run by them because there's no importance to beating them. So now we're going to go to what they call an Evergel. Now these Evergels contain enemies, and you have to go inside the Evergel in order to fight the enemy. This one in particular is actually part of a quest line. You can find the NPC that deals with this enemy, and you go inside the Evergel, you will find his summon sign, and you can summon him in to help you fight the enemy. Or you can fight the enemy on your own. And you can talk to the NPC. The NPC will show up in this area, and you talk to the NPC and you get your reward for it. So there's no real loss in actually fighting this guy and then talking to the NPC. But if you get too close to that rip, the enemy will spawn in. Now this guy is a bit of a pain in the ass. He is the Bloodhound Knight Darwin. He is fast, his weapon hits hard, and his weapon has bleed on it, so it will cause you to hemorrhage. So what we are going to do is we're going to run up, we're going to hit him with the Ash of War. It's Stamp Uppercut. When you hit an enemy with Stamp Uppercut, a basic human enemy or human-sized enemy, you will launch them into the air. They will get ragdolled up and land. When we do that and he lands, we're going to take 2 steps up and we're going to hit him with a charged heavy attack. That is going to break his stance and allow us to get the riposte. When he goes to get up, we're going to repeat that. Stamp Uppercut, charged heavy, and riposte, and fight is over. Now, it is important that you do the fully charged heavy. If you just do the tap R2 and do the basic heavy attack, you will not break his stance. You need to do a charged heavy attack. And it will break his poise and it will allow you to get the riposte. If you do the basic R2, he will more or less tank it and start attacking you. If that happens, roll to his weapon side. You roll to his weapon side. You'll roll, wait, roll. That is the timing to dodge his attacks. He does have a delayed attack, so the moment you see him start to swing down, roll. But that is the easiest way to do it. Now that we got a slashing weapon. So as you see underneath the title of the weapon, you have what the weapon type is, greatsword. Then you have the damage types that weapon does. It does standard and pierce damage, right? Well, the weapon we just picked up does slash damage. The twin blade does standard and pierce. The flail does strike. And as you see, we have different weapon types that do different types of damage. It is important to know because there are enemies that are weak to strike, slash, pierce. Beating an enemy with a weapon type that they are weak against, you're going to do bonus damage. You will do more damage with it than you will doing with another weapon type, because they could be highly resistant to that weapon type. Now, if you go past those rocks, drop down, we're going to pick up the large club. We're going to jump across, jump up here. We're going to go over here, and we are going to get another Sight of Grace. Now, along this bridge is going to be a stone sword key and 3 smithing ones. We're going to go collect those, and then we're going to go back this way to collect a weapon, a smithing 2, and get another Sight of Grace, as well as a shield. And that will be the merchant that sells us infinite kukris. We have an NPC here. We will talk to her later and do her quest. The first part of her quest involves us giving something to her father, and then it will continue on after that, which is a bit weird in how it goes, but it happens. So we come across another cart. We pick up the Morning Star, which is a good item. It is a hammer that also does bleed. It's a strike item too. We're going to kill this scarab for the Ash of War. We're going to continue moving forward. Now we are in a whole nother section of the map. Is the dog still following us? No. Okay. Now that we're out of combat, we can open up the map. As you see, we have a whole nother part of the map that is open. We have the map fragment that is right here. We have a merchant that is right here. This is the starting medallion that you could start with. That's why I didn't get it. We're literally able to buy it. It doesn't do much. It gives you like probably 10, 15 more points in your health. 20 at max. And then that's it. That's all it's good for. You can pick up better armor here. Or, let's see here. Let's calculate. Because if it's better, it's only because of the poise. 6, 18, 24. That's 35. That's 39 poise for that armor set, which makes it worse than the armor that we got. But you could pick up a small shield with parry, or a medium shield with parry, which would be useful later on. And you can buy a couple of stones, a pot, and a key. He has unlimited kukris, so we can buy as many kukris as we want. But we're not going to buy anything from him right now. We're going to actually pick up enough stones to where we could upgrade our weapon so we don't have to buy the stones right now. We will have to buy the smithing 2s, or you can buy the smithing 2s, but there's enough that are out here to where we can get them on our own. So when you take that, jump up to there, because we're going to pick up the turtle shield. We're going to equip the turtle shield on the bottom weapon slots. Doing that puts us heavyweight. So we're going to drop the gloves. So that way we don't lose as much poise as we would dropping the helmet. We drop that because that keeps us in mid-load. Now, we will come across towers like these. These are the towers that allow you to get the item to increase your spell slots. Every one of these towers is going to have some type of little challenge. Okay? You notice there's nothing but, we got some wolves behind us, but that's it, right? So let's read this. Seek 3 wise beasts. I wonder if the wise beasts we are seeking are these. Well, you got one there. If you come directly behind here, you got another one. If you're playing online, you will have people that drop you the hints for where they're at. If you are not playing online, it is a bit more difficult. Now, if you come over here, you notice there's a ripple. Well, that ripple would be where that turtle is at. Once you do it, the seal to the buildings break. Now, in the second region, some of the seals require you doing an actual gesture with a particular item in order to open them up. Now, they don't always contain the memory slots or the memory stones, which is the item used to increase your spell slots. Sometimes they have spells, sometimes they have armors or incantations and stuff like that. But the memory stone now allows us to equip 3 spells or incantations if we have them. So now that we've gotten that, we've got that grace. We've got that grace because we're going to need both those. They're points for us to come back to. Okay. Let's mark that. We're going to go to the Agil North site of grace. Now the way I'm doing this is we're going to get enough stones to where we can level a weapon up 2+3 right now. The weapon we're going to use mainly for right now is going to be the Lordsworn Greatsword. Like I said, the Greatswords in this game have quite a bit of power. They hit hard and they can break most enemies' poise relatively quick, especially with the charged attacks. Now from there, we're going to turn up, we're going to jump over, run along this side, and we're going to pick up a free cookbook. We're going to continue forward, go over this rock here, and drop down. Stay straight, because if you go off the left side or right side of that, you'll fall to your death. We're going to get that grace. Okay, we're going to jump back up the rock. Come back up here to the highest point of the rock. Turn and position yourself towards the broken building. Run. God damn it, Torrent. Now, you want to start moving forward and jump, and you will double jump onto this building. Come up here to the highest point. And then you jump back and jump to the left. You come up here. We got another scarab. This scarab, as you see, explodes, but it gave us a somber stone. That allows us to build or upgrade special weapons. We have 2, the Bloodhound's Fang and the Golden Halberd for 2. get another free smithing stone. We're going to touch this grace. Throughout this game, there are paintings. You want to find the area that this painting is in, because it will give you an item. Now, we have already been to where this painting is. Okay. We're going to go back to the Seaside Ruin Site of Grace. Now, you know you found the painting because there will be a man sitting in a chair of where the painting is supposed to be. Clearly, the painting is showing somebody looking through one of these archways, right? Now, this guy wasn't here before. Now that we found him, he dropped us an item. As you see, we found where the painting was looking. Now, he dropped us a helmet. The Incantation Scarab. We can put it on. As you see, it has negative damage negation all over. Why is that? Well, if we go to it and we read, Golden Scarab worn directly on head. These scarabs roll clumps of incantations into their labors. Slightly reduce the cost of incantations, but increase damage taken. So if you put it on and you want to play with the incantations, your incantations are going to do more damage. I think it's like 10% more damage that they'll do if you wear that. But if you get hit, you're going to take more damage. Get the fuck on out of my chat, motherfucker. There we go. You will take more damage if you wear it. Okay. Now, we got that part down. We're going to go back to the Murkwater Coast Site of Grace. We're going to get back on Torrent. And we're going to go up there. So you can just cut through here. We're going to pick up a Golden Rune 2 because it's free money. Why wouldn't you pick it up? So as you see, we got a jump spring up there, right? Now you can come up here to kind of avoid the dogs that are running around downstairs. There is an enemy that is running around over there as well. He's mounted on a horse. But we're going to go this way, and we're going to get that item right there. It is another smithing stone. Alright, that gives us 10. We need at least 2 more to upgrade to a +3. It takes 12 smithing stones to upgrade for it. 2 to upgrade for the first part, 4 to upgrade for the second level, 3 to upgrade for the final level of that set of stones. Smithing 1s upgrade +1, +2, +3. Smithing 2s are 4, 5, 6. Smithing 3s 7, 8, 9. And on till you get to the smithing 8 set of stones. So you will see statues. You will need enemies to break the statues. Usually they break the statues, they have smithing stones in them. It's quite good. Now once you break the statue, just sprint forward, you'll run into the War Master's site, War Master Shack and that Site of Grace. Just sit down here, it de-aggroes everything. You ain't got to worry about it. This is Bernie. Bernie sells Ash of Wars. You want to tell him your faith holds firm. You don't have to, but just tell him it. Run through all of his dialogue. And then over here you can buy more Asher Wars if you want. Now, some of the ones I recommend getting right away will be the No Skill and the Parry Asher War. Now, we'll eventually buy all of them, but for right now, I say get those, because this is why. Right now, we have, because we are two-handing the sword, the priority of the Asher War of the sword is over the shield, because the shield's not equipped. But if you have a shield equipped, and it has an Asher War on it, you cannot use the Asher War of the weapon you are using. So, if you are playing with a shield and you're not using it for parries or anything like that, then you want to put the No Skill Asher War on that shield. Because now, we can use the Asher War for our weapon anytime we want, even if we are one-handing it. And here's the good thing about this site of grace. You sit there, you have at least 3 free root resin right here. Like I said, we'll be using the root resin here in a minute to make things. But I need one more item to show you how to make the stuff needed with the root resin. And that's where we go this way. This right here is our farm point for smoldering butterfly. God damn, I can't talk this morning. These butterflies will always spawn here every time you rest. You can come pick them up, and you got them. Now, we have a scarab up there that drops another somber one. We have a knight on a horse here that drops us an Asher War that we want because it is a buffing Asher War. As you see, we are hitting them. We are doing damage to both the horse and the knight. Basic enemies that are on mounts can be knocked off if you kill the horse. You can actually knock them off without killing the horse. But you want to kill, if you kill the horse, it knocks them right off and you can get the critical. So as you see, we got a another scarab. You can knock the scarab off, but then you got to go down and get it. Right off that ledge. Do not jump off of it. Right off of it. Okay. Now, we have enough stones to level up our weapon. Oh, here we go. So, you need the root resin and other items in order to make greases. These greases, as long as your weapon doesn't have an elemental affinity to it, you can buff that weapon with a grease. So you can do fire, magic, ice, poison, rot, lightning, holy, dragon grease. You can do quite a bit to it. Now, after we kill them and we get that, we warp back to the War Master's site of grace. Run along this cliff over here. You have two enemies over there. You have fire arrows over there as well. We'll get those in a minute. We're not concerned about the enemies. We're going to come over here to this gravesite. Graveyards have free money. I forgot there was an exploding bastard right there. You get free golden runes from the grave sites. There is no reason not to go visit them to get the free money. It adds up. Now, beware of the rams. The rams will try to attack you on sight. Don't know why. Didn't do nothing to them, but they will try to attack you. Then from there, we're just going to turn, head straight, pick up more smithing stones. We're going to continue heading straight till we see this little golden tree. We're going to pick the item up there. That item will increase the number of flasks that we have. If you started with a golden seed, then you already have one. We're going to pick up some poop. Now, we're going to go over here because there's an enemy that's over here. Where is he at? Here he is. There he goes. You have these guys. These big old golems. There's a boss version to them, but they are weak. If you hit them in their ankles, you will break their stance. Their weak point is their chest. So come over here, do the critical, kill them. Sometimes you get lucky. They will drop their weapon. Their weapon hits hard. It is a colossal weapon, but it hits hard. It's also a rare drop too, so. But from there we want to turn and just head back towards that cliffside we were running beside. We want to go around it. We have some smithing stones. We have some blood roses. We have a smithing stone, blood roses, mushrooms, root resin. There is magic grease up here. There is a summons that's up here as well. The jellyfishes won't attack you as long as you don't attack them. You know when they're going to attack you because they turn red. Now, you see we had a red jellyfish up there. I always come this way. We'll pick up the summons, come around here, pick up some blood rose, swing around this side, pick up the grease, and then just run off the edge over here. You're not going to die. Now, we did that. We're going to just follow this way back. Well, we're going to go up here. You want to come back run towards this cliff. If you run up the main road, it will trigger a trap, and a bunch of wolves will drop down on you and try to eat you. So we have another NPC. Stone Sword Key. We're going to talk to her, run through all of her dialogue. She's going to give us the jellyfish summons as well. But we got to go through her dialogue. Once she starts repeating herself, we're done talking to her. Here we go. We are done. We're going to come over here and touch the grace. So, from here, we're going to go over here. There is an item that is there that we cannot use yet, but we want it. It is a tier for a flask that we're going to pick up here shortly. It gives us 10 extra levels in strength for 3 minutes. That is useful because that will make our strength at 24 and allow us to wield weapons one-handed, as well as several weapons that we have that are two-handed at the moment. So we're going to pick that up. And then, because we did not aggro the troll, we can warp out. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to warp to the Church of Kale Site of Grace, or Church of Ella Site of Grace. Now, we're going to come over here, and we are going to level up the Greatsword. So, once we level up a third time, it should be a message. We cannot strengthen, our armament cannot be strengthened any further at this smithing table. Once you go to +3, it is useless to level it up again. We cannot. But what we can do is you can come over here and you can sell the runes. As you see, you can sell them, make you some money. But we're not going to do that yet.
you can take the runes that you have and you can start putting them into levels. I suggest if you're going to do it, put all your current runes every time you go to level up, if you can. Put your runes into vigor. Level up your health. Level it up. Okay. Now, the last boss we're going to beat for this part of the walkthrough is going to be the dragon. Now, we're going after the dragon with a +3 weapon, which is going to make the fight easier because we have a stronger weapon. Now, as you see, we can lock onto the ankles. You can lock onto the head, you can lock onto the body. I suggest locking on to the head. If you stay in front of it, if you stay at the head of it, it is going to make your life fighting this thing a little bit easier. And he, of course, would start off with bad RNG. So when he goes to do that and breathe fire down, just turn around, run away from him. Hop on Torrent and immediately run towards him, because he has 2 fire attacks like that. One is that arc that he just breathed. The second one is a direct flame where he blows it directly at you. If you stay by the head, he mainly does these stomping attacks, which allows you to hit him in the head. Allows you to break his stance. You can come up, you can get a charged heavy off, and then take the riposte. His head will drop again, charged heavy. Avoid the stomp. Because we hit him with 2 charged heavies, we broke it again. Now, you can do quite a bit of damage if you just stand there and well out him in the head, especially if you have a faster weapon. But that is the easiest way to fight the dragons in this game. Or, well, those types of dragons. Because there is different ones. Alright. Now, we will see you back for the next part here in a little bit. Why is my OBS not updating? Go. Hi. Yellow. Thank y'all for coming back. So, we just defeated the dragon, and we got a dragon heart. If we were to go back and talk to this NPC over here, he would tell us about this place over here. We will go to that place here shortly. Right now, we're going to go to this. This is a tunnel. There is smithing ones. There's usually any of the smithing tunnels has smithing stones. So we're going to go straight into that crevice over there and get it. But we're going to do something that most people don't realize. If you come around this broken piece of building, we're going to see a crab. This crab is beside 3 Trina's lilies. We're going to pick those up. Trina's lilies are fight night, but they make a very powerful item. That item is very effective against crabs, against the lobsters and against certain enemies. So we are now in a tunnel. You can take the elevator down. Almost all tunnels are going to have a drop down way to get down. There are usually items along down the drop down. So you can take the elevator if you want, or you can take the drop down. Now, when you go to do the drop down, I always roll forward off the edges to the next platform. Guarantees that I'm going to land somewhere in the middle of the platform instead of just walking off, because sometimes it kills your momentum and you just drop and it's easy to fall. Now you can rest at this site of grace if you want. There's nothing that's going to happen. Now we picked up a golden seed. Okay, as you see, when you pick up certain things, especially for your flask, it's going to highlight. We're going to use it and we're going to get a flask. Now, our +3 sword is our strongest weapon that we can currently use with our stats. But the enemies in here are weak to strike damage. So if you were to beat them with the flail, we pretty much will one-shot them with a charged heavy attack. You can get riposte on the guys mining and take them out easier. Now, the guys with the packs on, if the pack is glowing red, it's probably explodable. So if you have a fire pot, you can throw it at the enemy and cause it to explode. The other good thing about the Morning Star, the more you hit enemies with it, you cause bleed buildup. Now, as we go to upgrade the weapon, the bleed buildup usually will start to go up as well. Now, this is a tricky one because we can take the side path down. Right, as you see, we can go down the side path, roll forward, but we have a ledge right there and it looks like you could go, that's a tunnel, because it is. Now, you can use things to block enemies from being able to hit you, as you saw. Used it to keep the dog more or less at bay, because dogs are vicious. Now, we used 12 smithing stones, and we already have 13 back. So when I tell you you're going to have enough smithing stones in this first area to upgrade quite a bit of weapons, you really are. Because there's another tunnel that has smithing ones all throughout it that we're going to be able to get. And you can take it another weapon to +3. There is 12 smithing 2s, 12, 13 smithing 2s in this area as well. As you see, we had the platform. I always find it easier to land on the platform going up than going down. Because if you try to roll too late, if you try to like walk off as it's level, you can fall to your death. Not very fun. So like this guy, with his pack glowing, if we were to throw a firebomb, which I'll make one, now let's equip it. We were to throw it at that guy, see, he explodes. That guy's the same way. We could throw a firebomb at him and cause him to explode. Now we're going to go down the ledge here. We're going to pick up a Golden Rune 1 and then a Somber 1. At the bottom, you see we have a door. What could be behind that door? Maybe a boss. Okay. So, we cannot warp out. You cannot warp out when you go into tunnels, caves, or stuff like that unless you beat the boss. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go beat the boss. This boss's 2 charged attacks will break his stance. He is weak to strike. We can target 3 different parts on him, but we're going to target this front leg. As you see, we're able to break the stance. Charged heavy, and then we're able to get a regular attack off, and then we're able to do the riposte. And look, we're able to drop him again. Now, we've beat him. We've seen these before. If you take this, you do not recover any of your flask or your health. So I always warp out. Simply warping out will recover all your mana flask and everything like that. Okay. Now, from there, we can upgrade. We can continue to go upgrade another weapon. But we're actually going to do an NPC quest. This is Box Quest. He was telling us how there was an enemy that was giving him problems. Yeah. Now we have the turtle shield on because the turtle shield still increases your stamina recovery rate, which is good. The more stamina you have, the more attacks you can do. So from there, we're going to turn and we're going to go pretty much west till you see this rock with the 2 birds on it. You can safely drop down here. We're going to pick up the mushrooms. Going to go over here, land on this broken ruin. We're going to go down this side of it. Okay. Now, we're going to go back that way. But first, we're going to go this way towards the Spirit Springs. Now, you can get down here by jumping from up there, but you got to land close to this Spirit Spring. Because if not, you're going to die just like I showed y'all jumping on the other side. We want to pick up the Golden Foulfoot. That increases the runes you get off defeating an enemy by 30% for 3 minutes. So, you can pop it and go on a killing spree, and you get 30% more runes than what you would get normally. There is a talisman that we can get that increases it, that gives us 20% rune intake for a kill. And because as long as we're wearing the talisman, we will always get that 20%. So, as you see, this cave is dark. It would help us if we had a lantern. Bach is here now. So we're going to get the grace and we're going to port out. Because it's nighttime, which is something we want. So what we're going to do is we're going to port back to this site of grace. Now, we're about to go pick up the stuff for our flask. It's going to make this a bit easier. And we're going to buy a lantern. So we have a permanent source of light that we do not have to hold. It is not the best. The torches light up better. But you have to hold the torch in order to get the light. So we're going to run around the nighttime boss that is there. We're going to come up here to this site. And there's a reason behind that. There is somebody that is over there watching the main path going down. And he will shoot arrows at you. Now, once you're up there, you drop down. You want to come along this side of the ruin. There is a nighttime boss that will spawn in over there. It is a pain in the ass boss. But we will make it easy. We come this side because we want the golden seed. Now, we want to run directly behind this pillar. And then we continue on behind the cover. We have another golem that is up there. You can pretty much ride all the way behind it. Come up, attack its ankles. It is already weakened, so you don't got to worry about it. We get the crit. Kill it. Now, from there, we're going to turn directly to the right, and we're going to go forward. As you see, we got some angry jellyfish over here. But there is an item, a couple of items over here we want. Mainly this one. And he did not pick it up. Pick it up. There we go. It is the Somber Stone 2. We want that item because that allows us to take one of these special weapons that we have to a +2. We're going to get a second one here short. We're going to get a couple of more here shortly. But there is a free one right there. So we're going to ride back up the trail. As you see, we're going to ride back up to where the map fragment is. And we're going to pick up the map fragment. Now, we're going to go inside this castle. And we're going to get the Site of Grace. And then from there, we're going to warp back to the middle portion of where we just was, where we started at in this area. Because there is a path to the right that we can go up, and we're going to get the items to increase how much our flask will allow us to recover. So, as you see, we're going to come around here. We're going to go up here. And in here is a church that has a sacred tear. The sacred tear will allow us to recover mana. There's a church here. And a church here. And a merchant here. These churches, we kind of want to get to them. Now, we don't have to go. I go this way because it kind of just puts me right there in the quick way of getting everything. From there, we just literally go up we're going to go to right up there. We're going to pick up a shield, an incantation, and a few other things that are just out here in this area that are free to pick up. Now you notice the rat's eyes are glowing yellow-orange, right? Well, the regular enemy's eyes are glowing too. Well, that's because there has something called madness going on. Madness will, if madness is a status, it will cost you your health, your mana, and it will cause you to stagger once it procs. You really don't want to get mad, become mad. And once you get to Sacred Tier, just jump over the ledge, get away from everything. We're going to come over here. Sometimes things chase you, so you can activate this Site of Grace, sit down, rest if you need to. Now, there's a skip you could do. Where is it at? It's over here. There's a skip you could do if you want, right? Where you jump from here and you land on that rope. Clearly, it is a tight skip. If you don't land on the rope, you die. I don't suggest doing it unless you're going to practice it. Okay. It is still a little iffy every time I do it. Sometimes I can get it, sometimes I don't. It is what it is. But you don't have to worry about that, because there is a side path that is going down to that bridge. Look, here it is. Just come over here to it, hit it, and run down. You don't have to fight him, you can run right by him. Now we're going to pick up another tier that allows us to gives us 10 levels in faith for 3 minutes. Because that right there is the next church we're going to go to. We're going to cut back this way. And bam. Another free crystal. Crystal tier. As you see, big flower spews poison. They actually spew different things. You have one that spews madness. You have one that spews rot. One that spews poison. I'd rather deal with the poison one than the other two. Rot is a deadlier form of poison. You have deadly poison too, but they don't spew that. So we're going to touch this grace, and we're going to continue on. Because we're going to pick up a round shield, small shield that has parry, that one. And we're going to pick up blood grease. Blood grease is exactly as it sounds. It puts 30 points of bleed buildup on your weapon for every hit, and you can proc bleed with it. If you apply blood grease to a weapon that already has blood buildup, that has passive blood buildup on it, well, you're getting 30 extra points on top of what it's already building, and you will proc bleed faster that way. Now, you have tunnels that are over here. Be careful going into some of these, because there are pages that are down in there. The pages have exploding bolts. Those things hurt. They hurt. They're not fun. They hit you, they hurt. So we're going to go back down there once we get a ranged weapon to deal with them. Going to touch this grace. We're going to come over here, grab the sacred tear. Now we touched this grace for multiple reasons. Big one being there are 2 bosses that are right next to it that we can easily get to. And then that thing. That's the thing we mainly want to use Gravitas on. It has a bunch of things on its legs that need to be broken in order for it to stop moving. So that way we can easily get inside of it to dupe boss stuff. Now, this merchant here sells a lantern. I want that lantern. You can buy, we're going to eventually buy all the stones off everybody. Just because I'd rather have them than not. But you don't need to buy the stones right now. Just buy the lantern. I always put the lantern in the upper right hand portion of my extra pouch. As you see, we got some light. We have a graveyard that's up here as well. So we're going to go up here and we're going to rob the graveyard. Now make sure you get that grace, because that grace is going to be a key spot to farm certain items for us to make golden foulfoots once we get the recipe for it. Okay. Now that we've acquired those, we're going to go back to where Bach is. We're going to rest, and then we're going to put the sacred tears in our flask to increase how much we recover. We're going to add another flask to it. So now we have 5. We have 5 flasks at +3. If we drink one, we're going to automatically heal back to full health. Versus where if we're low health and we drink one, we weren't. So as you can see, we can now see the enemies clear as day. Well, clearer. Now we're going to go around, sneak. That should be all of these little monkeys. Yep. So, this is what I mean. We have a summon site for an NPC to come help us with this boss fight. This is a dual boss fight. You have 2 bosses that are in here, and they're surrounded by the little monkeys. You can summon this old knight in to help you, but it will give the bosses an increase in health, poise, and it will decrease the amount of runes that you get. If you want to summon him, you can. There's nothing wrong with it. But we're going to get down, sneak around in the bushes. As you see, they laid back down. We're going to walk up. Oh, god damn it. What the fuck? I I didn't mean to double tap that. How are y'all just like perfectly missing shit? Oh crap, now I got them both over here. Well. Hey Eddie, OBS just crashed and it fucked up my local recording too. I did. Just restarted it. Alright. That sucks. Okay. Here we go. Hello everybody. We're going to do a beginner's walkthrough of Elden Ring to make it relatively simple. I'm doing good, Eddie. My recording on the last one got botched because OBS crashed, which pissed me off. Didn't realize, but it corrupted both recordings. So, when you go to start the game, you got different classes that you can pick from. Each one more or less specialized in something. This is the lowest ranking one. This is more of your paladin style build. Spellblade. Quality more on the deck side than anything else. Incantation. Magic. Your little runt. Your rogue. Your sneaky person. Strength. Dex. And another quality style. I always go with this one because he has the best starting armor than the rest of them. The weapon he starts off with is very good for the first couple of bosses. Yeah. And he starts with the most health. So, you won't health. So we're going to start off in an area called the Chapel of Anticipation. Now, this class is the only class that starts off overweight. Alright. As you see, we're trying to get through the door, but it won't let us go through the door without picking this item up. Now, we can go through the door. Why? Hold on. If you quit out at certain doors, it automatically opens them, but I was quitting out more or less to get it online. Now, we're going to run into a boss at the start of this area. This boss, you can either die to him, well, he comes close to defeating you. He will knock you down to 1 HP.
and then you will automatically warp to the next area. Or you can beat him, and then which you actually have to die in order to come back to him, or to progress in the next area. Beating him gives you 32,000 souls, 3,200 souls, a straight sword, and a great shield. Or you can just jump off the edge and die. It is your call on kind of how you want to do that. I usually like to beat him because I'd rather have the extra souls at the start than anything else. He has several opening RNGs, and in the last part of it, I got all the weird ones, the ones he normally would not do. But normally what happens is he'll spawn in, jump right over that tower. When he does, we will hit him with a special attack, and then depending on what he does after that depends on what we're going to do. Normally, he will back up and scream. If he does that, we will step back and we will hit him with a charged heavy attack or a special heavy attack and break his stance so we can get a critical hit on him. And then we will immediately follow that up with a special heavy attack again. At that point, normally he will hike up on his back legs, which will give us time to do another heavy attack to break his stance and get another critical. After that, he will usually buff his weapons, which gives us a chance for 2 more heavy attacks. To break his stance, get the final repost, and then we just got to smack him once and he's dead. But he may not give us that RNG. He may do something completely different and give us a different set of attack patterns. And then from that, you're just going to have to kind of either die to him or roll into him. Like that. He decided he was going to swat at us to begin with. There he goes. At least he's doing the second part right. That was where he hiked up on his back legs. We get another free special off. He decided to do the shield dash. There he was buffing his weapons. But he decided to do it after he did the shield dash. So we at least got 2 of the 3 normal stuff. And he's relatively easy to beat once you know what you're doing. If not, if you die to him, you're going to immediately spawn in this area right here. Now, the thing about this is, when you die in these games, you usually lose all the money, souls, runes, whatever you want to call it. You usually lose it all. This is one of the few areas that you can die in and not lose your souls. As you see, we still have our 3,200 souls. Now, we're in the starting area. If you fight him and you do not fall off the ledge or jump off the ledge immediately, he will knock your HP down to 1. 1. There is a glitch. There is a bug that is in here with him to where he can actually kill you. But it is a rare bug. But as you see, you will still spawn here. And we have an item that is up there and an item up there. We cannot get that item up there yet. But we can get that one. We have a path down. And we have a path up. We're going to go with the path down. The path down will literally explain how to play the game. This will tell you everything. This is your tutorials. Right here. Now, what the game doesn't tell you is there is an overkill mechanic. When you do about 125 to 150% more damage in one shot, you will get the overkill bonus of souls. So, because we are one-shotting them, we're doing over 120 to 125 to 130 damage percent more damage than their health. It is allowing us to get the overkill bonus. And that goes the same. When you do the criticals from the front, they do more damage than backstabbing an enemy. Charged heavy attacks will always do more damage, and they will break enemy stances faster using charged heavy attacks because they do more stance damage. See? Broken stance, critical. I like to break the enemy stances a lot. Makes playing the game, for me, just that much more fun. As you see the little ghost guy that's running around up there, these are other players who are playing the game. We're going to set a password so we're not just randomly invaded by somebody. Alright. Now this enemy here is going to teach you about stance breaking. As you see, charged attacks and jump attacks make it easy to break an enemy stance. You can hold your R2. I am on PS5, so whatever the button would be for Xbox, I guess the bottom right trigger would be for your heavy attack. So you can jump, break stance. Now, he paid us less than all the other guys that look like him because he had more health than the other ones. Now, we are at our tutorial boss. He is just slightly stronger than the basic enemies that he is modeled after. And bam. Just like that, we have defeated 2 bosses. Yes, this map is huge. This is another door you can quit out on. If you don't want to sit through the animation of him opening the door, quit out, load back in. It is in. Now, we need what are called stone sword keys to unlock that fog wall. If you started with the stone sword key and you open that and you want to go down in there, enjoy. You're probably going to die quite a bit of times because there are some things down there that you are not ready for right now. And then you have to deal with 2 more grafted scions that are down there as well. Every item that is in the starting menu you can pick up in game except for the land before the land in between rune, because you will not find that item anywhere else in the game other than the starting item. Now, this guy here is a field boss. You know what? Let's go back up here. This guy is a field boss. This guy is an NPC. You're going to talk to him. He's going to tell you more or less about the graces, how they point in a direction of the next grace, so you can follow them as it leads you through the game. So as you see, this one is pointing right over there towards that church. It's more or less where it wants us to go next. We're going to kill this guy. This guy, if you don't know how to play the game yet, he's going to be a big pain in the ass. You can run right behind him, or you can hit him with 2 square offs, break his stance, and then run away. You more or less want to fight enemies on level ground, so that way they don't get an advantage from the elevation, because it extends their hitboxes out. What the fuck did he hit me by? So as you see, we got hit by something that we wouldn't have got hit by because of the elevation. It makes their hitboxes extend out. But this is a good thing, because as you see, when you die, you have a chance to go get your stuff. We got a compass at the top of the screen that will indicate where our money is at. Okay? Our money is right over there. If we were to open up the map, you can see it on the map as well. It looks like a little tree when you get close to it. See, little branches. And you just go get it. You have one chance to get your money. If you die before you go after it, you will lose it all. Why are you crouching, guy? Come on. Those attacks are AoEs. So when you see him go to do any shield slam, just run away. Like, his attacks are slow, but they hit hard. After you attack, if you fight him the way I did with the square off heavy astral war, it takes 2 to poise break him. And you can easily slide up underneath some of his attacks, because after he attacks, you have an opening. After you attack, he has an opening to try to attack you, but you're a bit faster. So all you have to do is roll into him. Roll behind, roll past his attack, and stay close. If you're using a mage build, his shield can deflect incoming projectiles and shoot them back at you. And shoot them back. So, beware. Now, we have a merchant over there, but we're not going to deal with him yet. So we have basic enemies. Everybody has poise.
As you saw, we've been breaking poise of people pretty much so far the whole game. Basic enemies have a chance to drop their weapons, drop items, just drop stuff. But everybody has a set number of poise. Some of the enemies you can break with simple attacks. Like these guys just need a charged heavy to break their stance. Ooh. He dropped us a sword. Now, this sword makes critical attacks, or boost your critical attack damage. So our riposte are now going to be stronger than what they were before. It's the same as the longsword, just except for it boosts critical attacks. So you can easily just sneak around this place. And I've been doing good, Addie. How you been? So when you come into caves, tunnels, grottos, whatever you want to call it, once you enter them, you cannot warp out. As you see, we got these red lines through the graces where we could warp to. You can only warp out after you beat the enemy, the boss. You can clear it out and beat all the enemies and still not be able to warp out. Now, I'm doing what they call a shield count, guard counter, where you block an enemy's attack, and after you block it, if you use the heavy attack, he will do a special attack to attack the enemy. Now, if you run out of stamina, he will break your guard. You were delayed at that moment at trying to attack or move after that. So, if you plan on using a shield to guard enemies' attacks, I suggest watching your stamina very closely. So that way you don't get shield broken quite a bit. Alright. We broke it with jumping attacks. Now let's break it with charged heavies. Multiple ways to break a person's stance. Multiple ways. You have multiple ways to break stances in this game. It is not that hard, but you gotta know what you're doing. Now, once you beat the boss, you can warp out again. Just like I said. So we're going to warp back up here.
we're going to go out. Let me drop the shield because I don't really use them. There are certain enemies I will use the guard counter on, just because it's the most effective and efficient way of fighting them. Won't use it on a lot of people though. Now, let's say you're struggling to beat the tree sentinel. Run by him. Run by him. Go into that tunnel. Beat the wolves. Get the cracked pot. Kill Bofa. And then we're going to move to this site of grace up here. We're going to touch it. We are not going to rest at it. Resting at it progresses the game. And we're not going to progress the game just yet. Doesn't progress the game too much, but it does progress the game. We don't want to do that yet. So these carts always have an item on them. More times than not, you will always find an item in it, and you'll be able to pick it up. Now, we're using the great sword version of the longsword that we just used. Now, we do not have the strength to one-hand this weapon, so we have to two-hand it. Two-handing in this game gives you a multiplier. Okay? You are given half of what your total strength is to your total strength. It's an addition, not a multiplier. I don't know why I keep saying that. So we have 14 strength. We're adding 7 more strength to our strength by two-handing, giving us a total of 21. Why are you not running? So that will allow us to two-hand weapons that require 21 strength to wield one-handed. This only works with the strength mechanic. It does not work with any other mechanic in the game. You cannot two-hand something and expect that requires like 16 dex if you do not have 16 dexterity. People will level up just enough strength to be able to two-hand stuff, and then you have to level up your other attributes in order to wield those items. Spells are a bit different because you only need the intelligence of that spell in order to be able to use it, not the staff. If you want the full effect of the staff, yes, you need to be able to one-hand the staff and have the intelligence to be able to one-hand the staff. If you do not have the intelligence for it, but you have the intelligence to cast a spell, you can still cast the spell whether you have the levels for the catalyst or not. Now, we're going to kill everybody here. Everybody here, once you kill everybody here, you get what is a group refill. Now, you have to be careful. Some enemies, like this guy here, has a horn that they will sound if they spot you, and then everybody will just gank you. If you make too much noise, people will notice, as you saw the knight noticed. They hear sounds. So if they hear a sound, they go investigate. It is one of those things. Now, we come down here because we want to pick up that item right there. That item is going to allow us to change the special attacks on any of our weapons, our normal weapons. If you try using it on a special weapon, you cannot change the special out. That weapon has a set weapon or a set special that cannot be swapped at all. So, as you see, vanishing enemy groups will replenish your flask. Group refills. So killing everything can be beneficial to you in certain areas if you're running low on flask. We picked up the mat fragment. Now, we're going to complete the base game first. Reason being, there are people who may not have the DLC. So we're not going to do the DLC stuff until after we complete the base game. We have 165 bosses in the base game. I am going to make my way to each one. We're going to pick up almost every key item, every legendary item. Go back, get all the legendary spells, everything like that. You will pretty much be on the road to platinuming the game on your first playthrough. And everything like that. So, if you want to stick around with this, by all means, feel free. I'm going to be doing these in about 30-minute increments, so that way I'm not overloading my PC while I'm recording this. And yeah, so we're going to end this one here, and we will be back with the next one. Hello, we are back with part 2. We have just got the mat fragment and everything like that. Now we are going to sit at this grace, and we are going to get a cutscene, and we are going to get our mount.
Have you heard of the finger? They serve the two, but you. I can play turning wood to aid you. You need own to the foot. It's set. Summon me. Ah, I bequeath. Use it. It will summon torrent. Has to treat him with.
Once she gives you the mount, you now have the ability to level up. We can level up at any one of the site of graces. We don't have a particular one. We don't have to go find somebody. All we gotta do is go to a site of grace and we can level up. Okay. But, like I said, sitting at the site of graces over here progressed the game. It is now night. We have nighttime enemies. Now, we're going to make this a little bit easier on us.
You there?
First thing we're going to do is talk to this NPC that is over here. If you're online, you're going to see these messages from other people kind of telling you where it is.
Yeah, you
when
there.
he talks, the
Stop
tree moves.
pretending you can't see me.
Oh, it's moving out. Okay. But anyway, you want to hit it. Spawn him in.
You were just thank you.
Run
I
through
was
all of his
pushed out to
dialogue.
an
He's
end.
going to give us 10 mushrooms.
Oh,
That's 10 free
really? So
mushrooms.
this is
We
all-
like free stuff.
Good. Then I.
So let's get our free stuff.
Right. I'm. Right. I'm.
Okay. He is repeating his dialogue, so therefore he is done talking to us. If we warp out, this guy will disappear and he will go to the next area of his quest.
and that is fine by us. Perfectly fine. Now, we're going to go to the Church of Ella, because there is another NPC that is going to spawn in and kind of force us to talk to him.
Tarnished. May I?
We're going to
I am the wit.
we're going to get the Spirit Color Belt and the Lone Wolf Ashes.
I was entrusted.
Just hit yes. Now you can summon, you can special summon things in to help you fight. If you summon an NPC or another player into your arena, you can only summon them outside of the fog walls or outside of the boss fight. So when you go into the boss fight, what is going to happen is that boss will get a 50% health increase. So let's say they are at 1500, right? Their health is at 1500. You go in there, their health is now at 2250. Let's say they have a poise break of 80. Their poise break is now 120. They get a bonus for you going into the boss fight with another player or an NPC summon. But if you summon these guys or any ashes that you pick up, they do not. There's no increase to anything. The other downside of summoning a player and NPC in is you get less money for that boss fight. Yes, you get paid less for having someone come help you fight the boss. It's like 10%, 10 or 15% less that you get for having somebody else come in your boss fight and help you fight. So if you're not too big on losing the money, then you can summon a buddy in to help you or an NPC in to help you, because some of the fights they do have them, some of them do not. Now, as we come down here, I come down here to activate this dragon. As you see, he's going to fly in. He is going to stay there the entire time now, no matter what we do in this game. He will stay there. We can warp, we can do whatever we want. He's going to stay there. But we're going to immediately ride off to these ruins that are over here, because there's some items that we want to pick up. The Trina's Lilies, Stone Sword Key are the main items we want. There's some golden runes that are in here, and then we have 2 basements that are over here. Okay. One of the basements has a trap chest. That chest will take you to a midish game area, and you will be one-shotted by everything there. So we're not going to go into that one. We're going to go into the other one that you have to use Torrent to jump over to get to. And you are going to get the Twin Blade. So that way, I'm going to show you where all the free weapons are so you can pick them up. So that way, if you want to play with a different weapon, you can. And then from there, we're going to go this way. We're going to get another Site of Grace. And then we're going to find out about Spirit Springs. Thank God he didn't jump off the ledge there. So, there's a Spirit Spring down here. Spirit Springs, as you see right below where it says read message, Spirit Springs are a safe way to drop down or jump up from areas. If there is no Spirit Spring and you go to jump off, or if you jump too far away from the Spirit Spring's area of effect, you will die. You will take the fall damage and you will die. Then we have enemies that have absolutely no poise, to where you can kind of bully them around. A regular attack will micro stagger certain enemies, right? just as we did there. Now, we're going to go this way because there is an item that we saw at the beginning of the game that we could not get. And this is how you get that item. Just like that. Now, we picked up a second Ash of War. When we got the whetstone, the wet knife, we got a free Ash of War with it. Now we got another one called Gravitas. Gravitas will make your weapon magic and add magic damage to your weapon. Right? Which is not a bad thing. So we can put it on, and now we do over 200 damage a hit with it. Versus if we put the other one on, we're only doing about 150. Alright. We are currently doing 161 damage two-handing. We're going to put Gravitas on. It's going to have a magic affinity. And now we're still doing... Wait, let's two-hand. And now we're doing 206 damage a hit. The Ash of War is different now. Now our special attack is different. And this is more or less what Gravitas is best for. We knocked down all the flying rats. If there are flying enemies, all these flying rats, you can instantly bring them down to the ground with Gravitas. Now, we're going to go fight the dragon. Okay. I fight the dragon standing in front of the dragon's head. You don't need to have a strong weapon, but having a strong weapon does help. You know what? No, let's not fight the dragon yet. We'll upgrade first. We'll get y'all. We'll make this easier. We'll do this easier. So, from the side of grace that we're at, Seaside Run, you're going to come, because it's right over there, as you see. We're just going to turn and run along this backside. NPC right here. You can fight him and kill him and get his sword. He has the longest katana in the game. So if you want a weapon that has reach and you like the katana moveset, you can kill him and get it. But he has a quest line, and he gives us some items, and he gives us an item to help us with a boss later on after you complete his quest, which is quite a good item, because it's gonna save you some heartache. Now, I showed you Gravitas, but I'm going to take Gravitas off my sword right now. We are going to fight the Bloodhound Knight Darwin. Now, you know what? Let's do the quest. We're going to get that grace, and we're going to come this way. Because Darwin can be a bit tricky, and it took me a few tries to work out my strat to make Darwin simple. Now, if you come across graves, coffins, we're going to loot all of them. We are going to loot them every single time because they have money. Golden runes are free souls. if you ride up here and you kill this guy, you get a free staff. That is the only free staff in the game that you are going to pick up in the start of this game without going outside of the starter area. So if you want to use magic, that is where we're going to get our staff. We're going to come down here to this spirit spring. From here, if you walk forward to your parallel with that, you want to go in between that tree that's right above our head and then the tree that's right there. We're going to want to run right in between those. We're going to come on the backside of a little ruins. Where are you at? Here it is. Nope, we ran past it. I angled wrong. Here it is. Like I said, backside of it. Now, we're going to get a talisman. We're going to get a smithing stone 2, golden rune, and then as you hear it, there's somebody howling. We have an NPC up there. Now, in order to get that NPC down here to talk to us, we are going to have to go talk to another NPC who's going to give us a gesture that we're going to use to cause that NPC to drop. Okay. Now, we have a bear here. The bear is sleeping. Once you start picking up these lilies, he will wake up. Easiest thing to do is to grab them from the side that we just did and run down here into this basement. We want to pick up the charged attack talisman or the axe talisman. This talisman is going to boost our charged attacks. Our charged attacks now do more damage. Now if we go to the map, you notice we have a whole nother section that we've removed the fog, but it's still blacked out. This right here is a map where the map fragment is. We will come back and get that shortly. Now, once we grab that, we're going to warp back to the Church of Ella. We're going to come over here and talk to the merchant.
And I can also see
This
that
is the
you're
only
top
merchant
in
with
what
a
I'm
legitimate
calling.
name. We're going to go down here and ask about the Howling
Howl of
Miss
I
Wolf.
suppose.
You only get
Next
this
time you hear the
option
wolves
if
howl,
you
don't
go
find yourself.
over there to where he is. Like I said, now we have the gesture to summon him. And at this point, we are going to buy 5 items. The crafting kit, all 3 crackpots, and the missionary's cookbook. We're going to buy all 5 of those. All 3 of those, the crafting kit and the cookbook. Now,
Nice to do business.
reason we buy those. We now have the item crafting menu option. When you buy just the crafting kit, you get ability to make fire pots, roped fire pots, bone darts, the roa resin, the rainbow stone, and the finger remedy. The missionary cookbook gives you holy water pots. Holy water pots are useful against undead enemies, and we have several undead. We have quite a bit of undead enemies and undead bosses. And the holy pots are going to make our life a little bit easier with those enemies. Alright. Now that we got those, right, we are then going to warp to Agil Lake North. From there, we are going to be picking up items. Mainly smithing stones. Okay. We're going to pick up a cookbook from a camp that's up here. We're going to pick up another 2 more smithing 1s a somber smithing one, which is used to upgrade special weapons. There is a grace that is right on the other side of this rock. We're going to get a painting and the painting reward for finding where that painting was done at. So when you see the scarabs, best bet to kill them. They start glowing like that one did. Obviously, it's going to explode. So just get away from it. There goes one of the smithing ones we were going to pick up. We're going to come over here, touch this grace. Come over here, touch this painting. Now, we have a pivot point to get back here so we don't have to run back to here. But this painting is right over here. Yeah, it's right in this area over here. So, we're going to warp back to the seaside ruin and we're going to go pick up the reward for this painting. The reward for the paintings can be items, it can be weapons, it can be armor. They vary depending on what they are. Now, you want to look for these guys. Once these guys come in, that's how you know you found where the painting was done at. Because if we looked at the painting, this is what it's showing right here. That site right in front of us. That's how you know you found the painting. So, we've got that reward. We're going to immediately warp back to the Markwater Coast Site of Grace. And we're going to finish collecting our smithing stones. For this part. We're going to collect a lot of smithing stones. They are free. Ooh. We also want to pick up the tarnished golden sunflowers that are right there as well. Because that immediately allows us to make holy water cracked pots, because that is one of the items that it needs. That item right there, that is a smithing one. We have statues that are in the game. These statues can only be broken by bigger enemies. Like that troll that was up there. Or these trolls that are over here. Now, you can fight the trolls. They're not that hard. 2 charged attacks will break their stance. And they will fall to the ground, and you can get a root post, or you can keep welling on them. It's your call. But they don't pay out quite enough. 1 troll pays out 1,000 souls. So, as you see, he ran into that statue and broke it in half for us. Inside the statues, 99% of the time are always going to be stones. So you can always get you some free stones. Now, we're going to come over here. We're going to pick up this root resin, because that is going to allow us to make greases. Greases are buffs we can add to our weapons, as long as they do not have an affinity. Now we're going to sit down here. I am going to remove the Gravitas Astral War by just going to it, selecting it, and selecting Undo Enchantment. Now, this is going to be our farm for root resin, because at minimum there is 3. And every time you sit down, they respawn. See? Now, from there, we're going to go up here, and then we're going to cut across. You're going to see a gate and guards. We're going to cut and cross in front of them, and we're going to come over here, because this area right here is going to be our farm for an item that allows us to make fire grease as well as fire pots. It is the smoldering fire butterflies or smoldering butterflies. They will always be over here next to these two slugs. Just pick them up, look around, make sure that they're good. Now, we have another scarab up there that drops a smithing 1. We have a knight on a horse over here that is going to give us an Asher War called Golden Vow. Golden Vow is a very good Asher War. It is a buff. It buffs offense and defense by 10% for 30 to 45 seconds. I think it's 45 seconds. We want to place this Asher War on a dagger. We do not have a dagger. There's a chance we may be able to get a dagger by an enemy that has one. So we can either try to farm a dagger out, or we're going to be able to purchase one here shortly. So from there, we're going to warp back to the War Master's site of grace, and we're going to go talk to the NPC that is inside this shack. This is Bernie. Bernie's going to ask you if your faith holds still. Just select yes. You can talk to him, run through his dialogue. Then we're going to go to learn skills. He has other Ashes of War. And they tell you what they can be put on. Right? So you can parry with daggers, curved swords, thrusting swords, fist weapons, claws, small and medium shields. You can put this no skill on shields or torches. Like, you can put quite a bit of stuff on stuff and customize regular smithing weapons, which is what we got now at the moment. I don't use this sword for very long. I will be ending it. Its use will be ending here shortly, and we'll be pivoting to another weapon once we acquire it. So from here, we're going to ride back this way. We got another graveyard that is over here. We have some smithing stones that are over here, and we have an item known as a golden seed. The golden seed is going to increase our number of flask uses. That rat bastard still managed to explode on me. But, like I said, graveyards contain souls. So why would you not go grave robbing? And then from there, all you're going to do is continue southwestward. Because this right here is 3 smithing stone 1s. That right there has put us over the required amount of stones we need to upgrade a weapon to +3. You need 12 smithing stones to upgrade for 3 levels, 2 to upgrade once, 4 to upgrade again, and 6 to upgrade for the last part of that particular stone. So you need 12 smithing 1s, 12 smithing 2s, all the way up to smithing 8. Smithing 8 stones will take you to +24, and then you need a special stone that is Fight Night in this game in order to get the +25 for a smithing weapon. Somber weapons only require 1 stone to upgrade, and they upgrade to +10. And the +10 stones are Fight Night. You can find them as pickups. They are quest items. They are, all over the place. But you are limited on the number of smithing 10 stones that you can acquire in one playthrough. but we can acquire bell bearings, which are similar to the ashes from Dark Souls, that will allow you to upgrade or purchase stones for your weapons. So, as you saw, from there we continued onward. We rolled on over, went up there, got another smithing one, some mushrooms. That is an undead enemy. In order to kill them, you have to have holy, either holy on your weapon, a holy buff on your weapon, or use holy pots. One of the two. These right here is where we pick up the golden seeds. I know I ran by it. But you pick up your golden seed from those right there. There's one particular enemy that drops them. We will be defeating them to get the extra golden seeds that are in this area. Some NPCs do drop them as well. If you defeat them or as quest rewards. So we will be doing that. I won't be defeating the NPC that drops one, even though I usually do, because we're going to do his quest line and everything like that through here. All right. We're going to come over here. We're going to talk to this little girl. Run through her dialogue. She's going to give us the jellyfish summons.
Why can you take?
We're going to talk to her till she repeats herself.
Tell them I love them finally getting.
There she goes. That is a repeat. We're going to rest her. We're going to get one more item, and then we're going to end this part of the walkthrough. So, from that side of Grace, if you come this way, you're going to see a troll. This troll is walking around guarding the Strength Crystal Tier. It is an item that we're going to get that we can put in a flask that is going to give us 10 points, 10 levels in our strength whenever we consume the flask for 3 minutes. Okay. Now, we're going to end this part of the recording because we are at 30 minutes right now. And we're going to pick it right back up. And look at that, we are back with part 3. So, once you pick up anything that deals with your flask, you're going to see it glowing right there. We can talk to Melina if we want, but we're going to open it up, and it's going to add a charge to our flask. Now, you can only increase it so many times with the golden seeds before you start needing more golden seeds to increase. Okay? So, we've done that part. We've talked to the NPC over here. We talked to the NPC over here. We talked to White Mask Barre, who's telling us about how, as you see, the graces are kind of pointing us to where we need to go, right? They want us to go here. Now, we're going to go there. By going here, we're going to start running into the progression bosses. We are not going to actually fight the boss, okay? We're going to go here for 2 things. One, an Asher War. That is right in front of the main path to go up. 2, by just engaging, activating the boss, we are going to be able to get access to the hub. Alright, going this way, there is tons of enemies. So my best is just sprint through everybody, get over here, and run to the site of Grace. And then rest. Okay? Because as you see, they're all back there and whatnot. Now, I told y'all in the last episode about summoning. This is an NPC summon. We can summon him, but the boss that is through this doorway will get a buff to his health, his poise, and we get paid less by summoning Roger and to come help us. But we want to get to the hub. We want to go to the hub. Right? So we're going to come out here. We're going to activate the boss.
Search of the Elder. Golden by the flame of ambition.
Alright. So, you can jump off the edge and die, or you can run back to the fog wall and quit out. Okay? By quitting out in a boss arena, it will put you back at the boss fog gate. You will not be in the actual boss fight. It will put you just outside before the boss wall, and it will trigger the fog wall to then appear that was not there prior to us running in there. Okay. So from there on, we're going to go back to the site of grace and sit. Now, she didn't do this when we got to that site of grace before. We
I've been
have to activate
testing you
Margit
to see
in
whether
order
or not
to progress
grace
to get this
truly does guide
dialogue. You either beat
And
Margit, die to
whether you're
Margit,
fit to
or
face
activate,
the challenge.
or die
it
to him and then sit, come back to the
It
grace and
seems
sit.
my worries torrent.
You
but
have
as
to
I merely
do one of
pretend,
them.
there is
Either
but
way it
one
goes,
other
just
thing
activate
I
him
can
and
do
quit
to
out.
offer King Gathering
Easiest way
place.
to do it.
Very well.
She's going to
Let my
ask you to
hand
go to the
rest
round
upon
table,
you.
select yes. You're going to take her hand and you're going to go to the round table. Now we have the hub activated. We can go to the hub anytime we want, no matter where, no matter what's going on. We can warp. We can always warp back to the hub. Okay. Now, that guy's a merchant. There's another guy that's going to be here, but he's in Limgrave right now. This guy's a douche.
Oh, this I cannot remember very well.
We're going to run
It is
through all their
said,
dialogue real quick. We're going to get it out the
you,
way.
the house, can remember your. There's nothing.
Okay. Especially him is the one you want to run through because as you see, he moved. He is now in his room. This guy sells incantations. So if you're playing as a priest or a cleric or whatever you want to call it, someone who's doing incantations, just come talk to him, tell him you see the site of grace, and then you can buy incantations. If there is an X by it, it means you do not have the required stats to be able to cast the incantation. Okay.
Golden Order.
This guy here is part of another annoying quest line that's quite long.
By the way, she's my servant. Take your eyes off, you find her.
But you don't deal with him till later. There will be an NPC that will be here later on in the game. Now, you can jump over this and get down there, but then you are invaded by an NPC that will attack you. All right. Now, if we go this way, if you do not talk to Gideon and then rest, Gideon will still be where he was a minute ago, right over there in that corner. But since we rested, he moved over here. He is now in his room. This guy is also a douchebag. He doesn't say nothing, but you get an emote from him for just talking to him. You can come in here and you can talk to Gideon.
Are you aggrieved at the notion you were but a visitant here?
then stand before the Elden Ring. If those words held any meaning to you, follow the guidance of grace. Do so, and doors to the round tables in the chamber will open, and you will listen. Once as a true member of High Hopes, these Nambi. We've spoken, look. We've spoken, look.
Okay, run through all his dialogue. Now, you can explore around here. There's nothing really of value in any of the rooms to pick up. But we do have other parts that open up later on in the game, like this. That door will not open up till later on. This is the merchant here. So if we find a bell bearing, we can give it to her, and then we can purchase the item in here. Okay. So this increases the slots for your sorceries or incantations. Stone swords we can buy here. Rune arcs will be useful once we get a great rune, which is an item we get after we beat a boss. We'd have to restore it in order to be able to use it. They give buffs to us as long as we don't die. But we have other weapons that are here. Other armor that is here as well. So what we're going to want is the dagger, and then we're going to get the longbow. Now, we cannot use the longbow yet because we need one more point in dex to use it. But that's fine. We're going to buy those. Now, over here we have where our blacksmith is, in there. Through this room we have Fia. If you go and talk to her and she hugs you, what happens is you take a 5% debuff to your health until you use the item that she gives, that you get from hugging her. But she has a questline that involves another NPC that will be here shortly. This mirror will allow you to change your character. You have access to the character creator again. You can go in, you can redo your character however you see fit, and make them however you want. You can go in and you can completely change your character up however you want. Okay. Now we got downstairs, like I said, this is our blacksmith. We can level a weapon all the way up to max with him versus the anvil that was sitting at the Church of Ela. We can also duplicate Asher Wars if we have a lost Asher War item. Okay. Now, what I am going to do is I'm immediately going to put Golden Vow on the dagger. We want to put it on the lightest item that we can carry, so that way we don't have to worry about our carry weight. We can go over here and we can level up any weapon that we have acquired if we have the stones. Okay. What I am going to level up first is going to be the Lordsworn Greatsword. Okay. We're going to level it up to +3. Now we can go down. We have another door that we can't get through, but we have fog walls that are over here. When you get enough stone sword keys, you can come back here and you go in. There's chest, there's incantation books to learn new spells and stuff like that that are in those. Okay. We have done what we needed to do here at the hub. Okay. Now, the hub will always be right here. Now, if you go here, for me, because I'm on PlayStation, I can hit triangle and square, and I can warp right back. I immediately get the grace to warp back. It immediately will take me to warp back there. Now, we have got the gesture for Blaidd to get him down. So we're going to go to Blaidd's quest line and get the weapon and the reward for doing Blaidd's quest. Now, because we can't wield this weapon one-handed, if you put it in your left hand, you are actually able to wield it automatically while on horseback. Don't know why it's that way, but it automatically is. Because it automatically puts you in a two-handed state, is what I'm basically is what it does. So we're going to put that on. We're going to come this way. When you see that scarab, you know you're going the right way. We're going to jump down to the Spirit Spring. Now, we can't equip the dagger without going into heavy load. Now, if we want to use the Golden War Ash of Val, or the Ash of War, we have to drop a piece of equipment. We could drop the Axe Talisman, because we should be able, yeah, we're able to equip it now, but we don't have the Talisman. And we're going to want the Ash of War, because it is a buff for us. Gives us 10% damage negation, 10% damage increase. Like, it's useful. So, we're going to come over here to this corner. As you know, Blide is still up there howling. You see him. Okay. We're going to go over here to gestures. I always put this gesture down here in this bottom corner, because this is the only time that we're going to use the finger snap gesture. And then I remove it.
Who goes there? Carly's.
So, as you see,
Blood.
Blide's a big boy.
He fled somewhere nearby.
He a tall boy.
So can you tell me if I can offer you? Darrowell is nothing.
We are going to run through his dialogue till he is done talking. He has repeated himself. So from there, we're going to go to the Agile Lake South, site of Grace again. Now, something that they do not tell you on the map. These symbols right here, these circles, they are what are known as Evergaols. There is an enemy that is inside of it. Some Evergaols you have to use a Stone Sword key to unlock. Some Evergaols you're freely able to go in. But there is an enemy that is inside of them that is a boss. For this one, we have Bloodhound Knight Darwin. Now, we want to summon Blide. We have not leveled anything up outside of our weapon. You may have. I have not. If you have, I hope you put your points into Vigor, because that's just more life that you have. That's always useful, right? But we're going to summon Blide. Blide is going to help us with Darwin. So we're going to wait for him to summon in.
Darrowell.
Now,
Nothing
when we
yourself,
use the
no
Golden
true
Vow,
justice.
Ash of War, it will buff us and our allies to where we are now both buff. Now, my strategy is pretty much the same for beating this douchebag. It just makes it easier with Blide, because Blide can attract his attention and make it to where he's not just solely focused on taking you out. Now, once you beat him, two things are going to happen. We're going to acquire the Bloodhound's Fang. This is the weapon we're about to pivot to. But we need at minimum 17 dex to use it. We can two-hand it and have the strength, but we will not have the dex in order to use it. But the good thing is, once we get the dex to use that, we're also then able to use the longbow. So we're going to come talk to Darwin, our Blide. He's going to give us a free Somber 2. This is going to allow us to upgrade a weapon to +2. Now, we have already acquired quite a bit of stuff, right? So what we're going to do now is go get some levels. We're going to warp over here to the Artist Shack, Site of Grace. We're then going to go get the Mat Fragment, as well as the Physic, and rob two grave sites in this during this walkthrough, so that way we can have extra runes. Because we're going to pop all the runes and then we're going to level up. You can sell the runes at merchants. The only merchant that will not, there are several merchants that flat out do not buy anything from you. So we will cover that here shortly. We will be back to this area again because there is an NPC that's over here that is going to ask us to clear out his castle, so that way he can go back to it. We will get a free dagger from him for once we do it. And then we will continue on with his quest line through it, because once we beat one of the mid-game bosses, he will give us a plus 25 stone for it. So once we go down the graves, as you see, they're more or less ladders. We're going to drop down, we're going to turn this way, we're going to go over here, and we're going to jump across these. Now once you come off this one, the wolves are going to spawn in. Let them spawn in, let the bear charge forward, and then run forward. Get the free smithing 2, the Trina's Lilies, and then we're going to bail out. Now as we're going this way, we are going to take the left path, because as you see, we now have a golden scarab up there. We want to kill that golden scarab. This golden scarab has Sacred Blade. Sacred Blade is another item that is very useful against undead enemies, and we want that. Like I said, we have quite a bit of them. We're going to pick up the Sacred Tear. We're going to pick up the Wondrous Physic. We're going to touch this grace. We're then going to get back on Torrent, and we're going to go towards the Mat Fragment. We're going to pick up the Mat Fragment, a cookbook, and then from there we're going to warp back to that Site of Grace. We're going to go rob another actually we're going to continue forward and get the Site of Grace at the castle that this NPC is going to want us to clear out. We're going to rob that graveyard that is over there, warp back to the third church Site of Grace, the one we just picked up, and go rob another graveyard for the runes. We're going to circle around this area, picking up all these tarnished golden sunflowers. Remember, these are what make holy pots. We're going to pick up 2 more tiers. Within those tiers, where are you at? There you go. This is a Ash of Wart. It is Butt Slam. If you put that on a weapon, it will change the scaling of that weapon to a strength weapon. So if you're playing as a strength build, that is a bonus for you, because then the weapon scales better with strength. We have another merchant here. Just engage him. You don't have to buy anything off of him. He sells stones, 2 more cookbooks, sleep arrows, Trina's Lilies, and fingers. We're going to get free fingers later on in the game from Vare, the NPC that is at the first step. He's going to meet us a little later on in the game and give us free arrows, or free fingers because his quest line involves us to either invade somebody if you're playing online, to invade somebody, or invade if you're offline. There is an NPC that you are able to invade. But we'll do that once we get to his stuff. So from that side of Grace, we're going to turn and we're going to come back this way. And we're going to do some more grave robbing. Now, Golden Rune 1s are worth 200 souls. 2s are 400. 3s I think are 600. 4s are 8. 5s are 12. 6 are 2s. 2k. But they add up over time. Don't underestimate how powerful that they are by the fact that they don't pay. The Golden Rune 1s don't pay out a lot, because they could give you just enough to purchase an item or upgrade your character. So from here, we're going to rest at that site of Grace. We're actually going to go up here because there's a golden seed up here. We're going to get that right now. Now, he wants us to clear that out. We don't necessarily need to beat everybody in there. We don't have to beat all these people in order to clear it out. We just have to beat the knight that is up in there. And we will do that here shortly, but I will actually clear the whole thing out when I go through it. Now, we're going to go to the third church. Now, from here, we have a teleporter to take us to a whole different region right back there. You can kind of see it glowing through the tree. We're not going to mess with that yet, because there's the NPC that I told you that was going to be at the round table. He is going to be over here. There are 2 enemies that drop an item, and once you get that item, he will give you an invitation to go meet somebody. And it kind of gives you a safe way, because there is a boss that stands in front of where where the invitation sends you. There's a boss that stands in front of the door, and if you have the invitation, he does not attack you. As you see, we're at another graveyard. Amazing how that works. Oh yeah, now that we have the physic, I always put it right here in this extra pouch. I try to only keep what I need necessary on my hotbar, so that way I know exactly where my heals and my mana flask are. So, if we go to our inventory and we go over here to tools, we have several runes. Oh, they're 800. But we have quite a bit of extra money. Just think about it. That's 5,600 runes right there. That right there, that's 4,400. That's 2,400. That's 3,600. That's 3,200. 2 grand and 3 grand. And that's the one we started with. Alright. So we got that. Now, we can do 2 things. We can go back to the round table and we can buy the mace. Or we can go pick up a better version of the mace for free. And I'd rather have the free mace. Alright. There are different types of attack damage in this game. You have standard, pierce, slash, and strike. Enemies are weak to one of them. Some enemies are weaker to strike, some are weaker to slash, some are weaker to pierce. Every enemy is different. Now, as you see, we ran back up towards the Everjail and we dropped down. So if you continue just running straight past, you'll see that there's a drop down point, and you just drop down. You're going to head to the right, and when you see that item right there, if you move to the lowest point, it's safe drop downs. Just don't jump. If you jump, you will take fall damage, so just don't jump. And then we're going to take the Spirit Spring and jump over onto this strip of pillar. From there, we're going to go up here, and this way. Now, we're going to get one more site of grace, talk to a merchant, get a stone sword key from over here, and 3 smithing 1s, another smithing 2, and yeah, you know what? Screw it. We'll go ahead and get the golden seed, another somber 2, and the matte fragment for this area down here. All before we end part 3. So as we come down here, in this chest is the Morning Star. It is the better version of the mace. It is a strike weapon, and it also has passive bleed buildup. Now, this scarab right here has the Asher War Mighty Shot, which goes on bows. It is a very useful Asher War. We will be using it. Now, we're going to touch this site of grace. We're going to hop back on our horse, and we're going to go through these doors. We're going to go up the right. Oh shit, I didn't realize he was already spawned in. Oh well. We're going to ride along this way. He's not coming up here, is he? Okay. So we're going to drop down. So he is a nighttime boss. We are clearly at night. But on the other side of that pillar of this ruin, there is going to be another boss that spawns in. So we want to just turn around and come down this side of it. There is a golden seed that is right here. We're going to grab it, move back this way, drop down next to these trees, and then just continue straight. By doing that, you avoid the big guy's arrows. He is not going to see you. He's not going to try to attack you, because he will shoot you with arrows. Those arrows hurt. They will kill you, and they will kill your mount. If your horse dies, it will require you to waste a flask in order to bring it back. These big guys, all you got to do is attack the ankles. Usually 2 charged attacks breaks their stance, and then they are weak to the riposte. Their chest point is their weak point. Then from there, we're going to turn all the way back around. We're going to ride back out this way. We're going to grab a free Somber 2, grab the Interior Leaf, and then we are going to go acquire the matte fragment for this area. We're going to touch the site of grace first for this castle. Then we're going to go get the matte fragment, and we would have unlocked the map for this area. Now, this area is kind of important. Reason being, we're going to get 3 more sacred tears here that are going to allow us to increase how effective our flasks are at recovering. Right now we have 1. We haven't used it yet, but we have 1 flask. Our 1 sacred tear to help us with recovery. So, once we get the other ones, we will level them up. And at that point, it's only going to take one flask to literally recover all of our stuff back. All right. Look at that. We got the map. So we're going to go back here. We're going to rest. And then we're going to end this part of the walkthrough. Thank you all for watching. And here we go. See y'all next time. Yellow. So, as y'all noticed in the last walkthrough, we picked up a golden seed. We picked up another golden seed. But at this point, we now need 2 golden seeds to increase our flask. So, we're going to have to get another one in order to increase again. And we'll get that. But we picked up a sacred tear at the Third Church America. Right up here. So now we're going to go through around this path up here. There is going to be a sacred tear here. We're then going to take the path along to this over here. There's another church, a sacred tear, a small shield over here with Perry, blood grease over here. We're going to end up traveling down. Come on, controller. We're going to end up going down around this stuff over here to this church. This church here has another sacred tear. We'll make our way over here to this merchant. This merchant sells a lantern that we want. So we have an infinite light source without having to hold a torch in our hands. Then we have a graveyard. And we know we like robbing graveyards. And we'll get that. And then from there, we will end up we will come back up here. We'll go through this tunnel. We will collect smithing 1s, defeat the boss there. And we will start purchasing the smithing 2 stones as well from the merchants that are over here. This merchant sells 1. This merchant sells 3. And we'll we'll get those and then we'll make our way back this way. We'll finish up here first because we have an NPC that is right over here as well. We have D that is hanging out in this area over here, a merchant over here, a free stone over here, and stuff like that. But we want to get to this lantern relatively soon because there are some areas that are here that are extremely dark and we need the light. So we're going to get on our horse and we're going to go towards this spirit spring. We're going to jump up onto this tower. Now, we just picked up the Great Turtle Shield. We can equip the Turtle Shield, but we got to drop some things. The Turtle Shield is going to replenish our stamina. It is like the Corinthian Ring or whatever game you may have played that allows you to recover stamina faster. So, this rise here, we will encounter them throughout the whole game. As you see, the door is sealed. We can't get in. We have to break the seal. This book tells us kind of what to do. Notice, that turtle was not there until we read the book. So, whack. We're going to come around to this backside. Whack. And then we have another turtle. Where could it be? Well, watch the ripple. Now, you do not always get the same 3 turtles. They are all over the place. Sometimes it's not even turtles that you have to do. You have to do a gesture with a certain helm in order to do it, to get it to release. But there's always something that you have to do to break the seal. Now, majority of these rises hold memory stones. Memory stones, like I told you before, increase the amount of spells and incantations you can have on your character. I am going to drop that because I just don't want to have it on. Put that there, we'll put that back, and we'll put that back. Now we're going to ride around the Night's Cave and continue forward. Now you can easily get overpowered in this game because 70% of the map is straight up open world and free for your discovery. The last 30% is linear. It is pretty much linear. In order to get to it, you do have to beat certain bosses and acquire certain items. And after that, it is pretty much straightforward. But 70% of the map is very open. Now, you're wondering why these guys have glowing yellow eyes. So, they have glowing orangish yellowish eyes because of what is known as madness. Madness is a status. It drains your health. It drains your mana. It sucks. It's one of the more annoying statuses in the game to deal with than other stuff because you don't encounter it as often as you think. You think because it's here in the starting area that you would encounter it more, but that's not the case. So, from that grace, we're going to turn to your right. It would be, depending on how you touch that grace. Either way it goes, we're going to go southwest. Just along this edge. You want to do that till you get to this, and then we go down. And we go down. And we go down. Now, if you tried jumping down here, you would die. You're going to die from fall damage. There is a skip where you can jump from up there, but you have to land on the top of the rope right here, up there. You have to land on that railing in order to survive. You take fall damage, but you survive. It is a very tight jump. I have hit it in the past, but I miss it more often than not. I probably get it like 40% of the time. Now, after we're past there, as you saw, we got new enemies. We're going to take this path to the right. Ooh, pretty pink flower. That can't be. Oh, wait, it's moving. It's an enemy. It is. It's an enemy. We're going to run right by it. We're going to run down here to the bottom. We're going to get another sacred tear. Now, we've been picking up tears, sacred tears, crystal tears, all in a minute. And I've only explained what the sacred tear does, because it increases how much our flask heals us. Well, the crystal tears are going to be coming up here in a minute. Because we have 5 crystal tears now, 4 crystal tears at the moment. So, like I said, we're going to come to this church. Let's just pick all the centipedes up. We're going to touch the grace. We're going to be getting a lot of graces, by the way. Now, this is the one I was telling you. There is a small shield with parry on it right here. So we get a free shield. And then this right here is blood grease. So we can put bleed on our weapon. And then we're just going to travel along. You can follow the edge if you want, and it will take you back around. You don't want to jump from up here down because it can kill you depending on what you're doing or do a lot of damage to you. So I just come around, come over here, pick up the lilies. In there is a wing scythe. We're going to get it here in a little bit. I avoid it for now because there's 2 enemies in there with crossbows that fire explosive bolts at you. They are annoying. Those bolts will kill you relatively fast. So we're going to come here. We're going to pick up the sacred tear. We're going to touch the grace. Now, we could sit there and we could have upgraded our flask to +4. Not really, it doesn't matter if you do it there or not. I prefer trying to do it all at once I'm done with everything. That's just me. So I come this way. Now this merchant, outside of the lantern and the smithing 2 that we're going to end up purchasing off this guy, his grace is split in between 2 resource items that we're going to be farming in a little bit to be able to make what is known as golden fowlfoot. Now we're going to pick a good chunk of the golden fowlfoot up. We're going to be picking up 2 in the starting area and several in the underground portion of the starting area. So we're going to have 4 or 5 right out the gate without having to actually make them. But having the ability to make them is useful because that item is going to allow us to acquire 30% more runes on kills. God damn. Fucking rats. It's going to, yeah, we're going to get 30% more runes on kills for it. Now, we've acquired what we needed. Now, we are going to go this way. That right there is going to be our root resin farm, by the way. For where we need root resin, we're going to go there. Now, we're going to make our way like we're going back towards where our smolder and butterfly farm is. But we're not going to go to it. We're going to make our way towards this rock right here. Because you see, we got an item on this broken down building. We're going to grab it. So as you see, we got another item there, and there's a chest that is right below us in that tent. It is a shield that is in that tent, or that's in this chest. Now, this item over here is a bit more useful. It buffs your attack and your defense by 10%. Certain buffs will cancel out other buffs. So if you have Golden Bow on and you pop the Exalted Flesh, you will cancel out your Golden Bow buff. So use kind of how you want.
I am beast.
So
Just
we're gonna
be
help
a
this
good
guy
scout.
out.
Don't dally. Give it your all.
Couple of charged attacks and he'll pop free. You're going to talk to him. He's going to give you exalted flesh.
Once I
Then he's going to tell you about the Radon Festival.
I doesn't know. Red mane, I heard.
Now, you can kill him and get a talisman that buffs your Asher War attacks
I'm
on your
heading
weapons.
eastward. Red mane,
It does
I heard.
10%. 10 or 15% more damage. If you do his quest line, you get the more powerful version of it. Because we are doing the quest lines, I'm not going to kill him yet. He's going to get to live. So, from there, we're going to go directly across. We're going to go over here. We're going to open this door. We're going to go pop the candy that is over there because there's another. Thank you. I saw that skull in the grass. We're going to come over here and we're going to just touch the grace. Now, this is going to be the prime example of why we wanted Sacred Blade or Holy Pots when we go back through that catacombs. Now, we're going to continue forward. We're going to get us a free golden rune. And we're going to kind of continue along this ledge. Now, these skulls that I'm running over and picking up the free golden rune ones, they randomly spawn in. They may not spawn in the exact same spots that mine are in your game. So, if you don't get them, you don't get them. It's fine. So, the Lance Talisman is, if we equip that, we do more damage on horseback. We got a big guy right here. We're going to attack ankles. If you hit his feet, it does not count as his ankle. Right? Now, I'm going to give you your first taste of an invader in this game. We're going to go with the easier invader. And because of that, we are going to actually use our physic. Those tiers we've been picking up, we're going to actually use them. Okay, we upped our flask. Now we're going to go to Mix Wondrous Physic. See, we got 5. We're going to put the Strength tier, and then we're going to put the Spike Crack tier. Now, when we use these, when we use this flask, we got 3 minutes of additional charged attack damage. So we're going to get like a 10-15% buff to our charged attacks where they do more damage. And our strength is going to increase by 10 levels. So when you get into an area where you're going to be invaded, it automatically kicks you off Torrent. You cannot get on Torrent. And we've got an invader right here. They do have hills. I don't think he does. But he does have hills. If you're playing online, this is a Colosseum. You can fight other people inside the Colosseums. It is a online only thing. But You can come here early and you can beat that guy, and he drops you the Hammer Talisman. There it is. So when you're hitting, if you have that equipped and you're hitting shields, you do stamina damage to the person, and it causes them to break their stance that much faster. Let's warp back to here. We're going to right off the edge, drop down. Alexander should be gone now that we moved. He should have progressed to his next area. He did. Good. Want to run by crazy. Free smithing 1. Now, this is a merchant I actually buy something for as soon as I get to him, because he sells a cracked pot.
Must apologize.
Useful item. Now, let's go this way so we don't trigger the damn skellies. And D is right here. D wants you to acquire a certain item, and once you acquire that item, he will give you an invitation for it to go meet somebody to give that item to. But we're not going to do that yet. Where are we at? We're at 21 minutes. Okay. We are going to go through the Limgrave Tunnel first. So now we're going to start going through the tunnels. So we don't need that. What we're going to need is this. And we're going to go to the Asher War. We're going to select that. Now, we could put Wild Strikes on it, and it's going to turn it into a strength-based weapon, right? But as you see, we're going to lose more damage than we're going to gain. We're going to put Sacred Blade on it. Sacred Blade is secretly a very powerful Asher War. Now, we now do split damage. We do holy and physical. But we get a buff to our weapon with it. And the reason we want it so badly is because when we fight an undead enemy, we do a good amount of bonus damage to them, to where we pretty much take them out relatively fast. Now, most things underground, when going into tunnels, you have a drop down section where you can drop down. Most of them have items that are there for you to grab, so that way you can easily, it makes it somewhat rewarding, if you want to call it that. As you see, it's dark down here. Let's use our lantern so we have light. When you're doing the drop down, roll forward off the edges to the next platform below. You're almost guaranteed to land in the middle of it and be safe. Now, it may seem that we took a loss to our physical damage, but we gained more damage because of the nature of Sacred Vow. Our Sacred Blade. Now, we are lighter. We can actually equip the Axe Talisman, so our charged attacks do even more damage. It adds 10% to your charged attack damage. That right there is more smithing ones. Fuck you, rats. Now, killing rats is not always worth it, but they do have a rare chance of dropping rune arcs, which are pretty valuable in the game. Now, we're not going to take the side path down. There's no items worth picking up that's during that drop down. But this is part of why we put Sacred Blade on here. We can cast a projectile. We get a buff to our holy damage. So if we were to go look at it now, our holy damage is higher than what it was before. We got almost 100 more points in damage because of Sacred Blade. Quite useful. You can put Sacred Blade on almost any melee armament and use. Let's run away from the flamethrower. I like the free smithing ones. So, taking this drop down, we get a golden rune 1 and a free somber smithing 1. Boss room. Now, when you go inside tunnels, as I told you before, you cannot warp out until you beat the boss. But here's the thing about this. We're going to put this in our left hand. We are then going to drink our physic. We are going to buff. We are going to drink our refill our mana. Two hand. Open up. And we're going to lock onto his legs. We're going to run in. We're going to hit him with a Sacred Blade. And then do a charged heavy. Bring him down. Charged heavy again. And riposte. Real easy. Just like that, we killed another boss. Now, we have enough stones to upgrade another weapon to +3. See? We got 19 more. Where are we at? 28 minutes. Let's go kill the dragon. Let's go kill the dragon. We're going to take Sacred Blade off of... I'm going to take Sacred Blade off of that, and we're going to put it on the Greatsword. And we're going to repeat the same process. We're going to go to where the dragon is, because he's right over there. So when he does that, get on Torrent and ride away from the fire. When you see him doing that, just run away. Now you're going to get back on Torrent. We're going to run towards him. Perfect time for another Sacred Blade. Keep our buff up. Ooh, man, he's just giving us all sorts of bullshit, ain't he? We can use this time to drink our flask. We get off Torrent. Dodge his attack. Come on, lower your head. Will you stop with the bullshit? Run back, because he's going to dive right down on you. There we go. And we killed the dragon. So, let us go back to the round table. And we're going to end this one here, and we're going to pick it right back up with the next part. That was part 4. Okay. We're back. All right. Now, we're going to be doing some leveling. We have 15k. We got 5k from the dragon. We're going to go down to sell. Pop over here. Got 8 grand from all those free runes we were picking up. There's 56, 4, 48, 32. Now we need at minimum 8 levels into our strength and dex in order to wield Bloodhound's Fang. Right? I like being able to wield all my weapons one-handed, so that way I can easily have something in my other hand or use a parry shield for certain enemies that I need to parry out. So we're going to take that to 18, 17. We got 10 levels that we have after that. So we can put it all into health. But then we don't have any in our carry weight. So we're going to put 5 in here, or we'll put 4 in there, and then put the last one over here. Because now we can actually equip, we can have a talisman equipped and have our weapon on us without being heavy load.
Well, I took you
Now-
for dead.
Now that we
That's
got
it's
that
all the
done,
same.
and we had the
Now you're on.
requirements to wield the Bloodhound's Fang, we're going to go upgrade it real quick to +2. Because we have the stones. Now, let's go do a little NPC questing. So we're going to go back to the Church of Ella. We're going to ride out the side wall here. We're going to come down. We're going to go this way. So as you're coming down, if you get to the rock where you see the 2 birds on, go to the left of the rock. Drop down. Safe drop. See? We're going to go this way. We're going to drop down onto this. Run down here. We are then going to run this way. There goes the golden Foulfoot that I was talking about in the last episode, of where we can get 30% more runes for a boss kill. We have another one that we're going to pick up in this area once we get back to it. Now we have a merchant.
Need trouble.
Sell some things. Main thing we want is this. This allows us to make firebone arrows, to where we can make fire arrows if need be, from bones, and if we kill birds we can make the fleshed ones. But then he has the neutralizing boluses. He has a small shield here, but it doesn't have any skill on it or anything like that. But he also sells arrows. And because we now have 17 decks, we can actually use our longbow, which is going to come in handy in some spots. So from there you're going to ride out, you're going to see an entrance to a tunnel. We're going to take the tunnel. There goes Bach, the tree.
It hurts.
So we're going to come this way. We're going to two-hand our Bloodhound's Fang. Because, I mean, why not? It gives us 9 extra points in strength to wield it. As you see, we are doing some very good damage to these little imps. Now, we're just going to go back up this way, because there are some more of them over here. Pick up the cave moss, and that will be the last 2 before the boss fight. Now this boss fight's a gank fight. There's about 8 to 10 enemies that are in it. Tons of the little monkeys, 2 big monkeys. They're annoying. You could summon Old Knight Ivan in to help you. I'm going to do this the way I usually do it, which is I pop in, I sneak around here. I'm going to drink my physic. I'm going to hit Golden Vow. I'm going to two-hand my Bloodhound's Fang,
And then I'm going to wreak havoc. You see, an upgraded Bloodhound Fang does some damn damage. The Ash of War for the Bloodhound's Fang is absolutely awesome. Once you beat them, these guys submit. They give up to you. And you could just kill them. Now, if we go talk to Yura, the NPC that was telling us about the dragon, he's going to tell us that there's a place west of the mainland where you could take a dragon heart for dragon incantations. To get there, we have to go through this cave. So you have to defeat those bosses. We got 2 more up here. Wow, I got stumped on the path going up. Now, we are here. When you defeat, there's 2 of these Dragon Communion altars. This is the basic one. You know, we have 1 dragon heart, so we could get 1 dragon incantation. But we don't have the necessary stats to be able to cast that incantation. So if you want those, you can at least get the 3 basic ones there. We will eventually get to the big one that has all of them. If you go up to the top of that building, you got an exalted flesh up there. Down here, there's an item to this side. Where's it at? There it is. Those are used to make poison boluses. And then we're going to continue around, drop down. Get the free somber 1. And then there is a smithing 2 that is over here. There it is. So we have done that. We're going to go back to that cave, to the site of grace that was in that cave. We're going to talk to Bach and give him the needle.
Oh.
So, giving Bach this needle will allow him to adjust our armament. Meaning we can take a cape off or we can add a cape to the attire. Taking a cape off lowers your defense. So as you see, we got altar garments. If I take the cape off, right, it is going to lower my weight, which gives me less weight that I'm carrying. But it lowers my defense. And it lowers my poise. So it's your call on if you want to do it. I usually don't. There's some armor that I might do it to, but majority of the time there's none that's really worth it. So now that we've done that, we have successfully killed 8 bosses. We're going to go to where you magic wielders gonna love to go. So I showed you where to get the staff in order to cast magic for those of y'all who are not magic users but may want to play with magic or fuck around with spells. So there are books, there are scrolls, there's all this stuff that is involved with incantation and sorcery. Well, we have a free scroll that is right up there next to that guy. You can barely see the glow. That is a scroll that has 2 spells. We're going to go get that. The other thing is, when you see these type of sundials, moondial things, if you go over to them, you can pick up a starlight shard. The starlight shard, what it does is it allows you to recover mana over time. Now, we're going to go down here. There is a thrusting sword that is in the chest that is right here. Take out those jackasses. That you can pick up for free. It is a heavy thrusting sword. I don't know if if it has a different class than a normal one. Oh yeah, just heavy thrusting sword. You have regular thrusting swords and then heavy thrusting swords. Heavy thrusting swords are the great swords or the great curved swords. Like I got a great curved sword that I'm using now. So once you kill him the first time, he only drops 1 staff. So now we got a chest pulled by trolls. You knock one down, they're going to stop pulling it, and it's going to allow you access to the to grab the item that is in the chest. No. Once you attack them, they become free of the chains and they will follow you around. Take y'all out so y'all don't annoy me. And we're going to come over here. Now, this is for all you magic users. Right here. We got a boss fight. Right? So, we're going to do our buff. We're going to drink our physic. We're going to hit Golden Vow. We're going to two-hand. We're going to replenish our mana. We're going to go in. We're going to hit him with the Ash of War. And kill him. That simple. And just like that, that's 9 bosses defeated. We have 32 in this starter area. If you did not beat the Grafted Scion, I will show you how to get back to fight him. Do not worry.
Tarnished, are we? I am sorry.
But you want to come here and you want to talk to her. She is selling. She sells sorcery spells.
Very well, but I refuse to anticipate.
So, if you did not pick up that scroll, you will not have the option to give it to her. But since we did, we already have the option. So we're going to select it. We're going to give her the scroll.
I'll be sure to never lose
now,
that.
we're going to add 2 new spells. Carrion Slicer and Glintblade Phalanx. These come from the scroll. Now as you see, they're all there. All sorcery spells. This is a enchantment to imbue your weapon with magic damage. This right here increases your weapon negation for your shield. Your damage negation. But you can bring scrolls back to her and give them to her, and it will expand her shop. Let's see here. Dead. We could do D stuff. You know what? Let's take out the night cav. It's getting close to night anyway. We can use that to lead down to where Patches is. Oh, we need to make it night. Hey, you come this way. This guy only appears at night, and you can attack him and the horse. As you see, we killed the horse. So when he does that and he summons his horse back, don't stand next to him because you will take a hit. Just die already, please. Every Knight's Cav drops something. They all drop something. We'll eventually get their armor and their weapons. We'll eventually get it all soon. So from there, we're going to go up here to the Markwater coast. We're going to turn around, and as you see, we got a spirit spring over there. We're going to go towards it. We're going to make our way to the left. There's a bunch of slugs over here. We're going to go inside here. Now, we're about to face a new type of enemy. These imps fucking suck. The way I deal with them is pretty simple. I use guard counters on the imps. Anything with 100% physical negation is going to work. Okay. So let's go with the basic heater shield. Their weapon has bleed on it. Which is why I do guard counters. Because getting hit by them
and then getting damaged or getting hit by them and them just building up bleed, I'd rather take the bleed build up than them doing actual damage to my life. So you have traps in the rooms, stuff like that. I like to use the traps to my advantage. So we ain't got to deal with these maniacs. So, for certain things, you have certain underground passages, we got to find the lever. Once you find the lever, the boss fight is open and we can run to it. Now be careful. As you see, there are more traps that are all over the place that are going to shoot you. Now, this boss ain't the most difficult one. He doesn't have much poise, so you can kind of bully him around if you got a big weapon. See? Kind of stagger him out of his own attacks. He just gave us a spirit summons that we can use. Now, here comes the next part. We got another boss fight that is in this area. They're a tad bit more annoying because we have an NPC invader that's going to invade us before we get to the tunnel. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start putting points into our health, into vigor. And we're going to jack vigor up as high as we can get it. Because we have killed 11 of 32 bosses so far. We have done several quest lines so far, and this is also an NPC quest line for Yura, where this guy is going to come in. That worked out really well. As you see, Yura's summoning in over there. Now he's going away. So now that nerd juice is finished, we're going to go back this way. Because Yura is going to be back this way. We're going to talk to him because it's going to advance his quest line and he's going to go to the next area. Now we're going to go meet Patches. So there's a bunch of bandits in here. They're going to throw fetid pots at us. Fetid pots proc deadly poison. But they also proc poison on the person throwing them.
They're also guarding a chest that has 5 more mushrooms. Good thing about deadly poison is it goes away really fast. So where's the boss? We went through a fog wall. There's no boss. Well, he is up there. It is Patches. Classic Patches. This is what I meant by you could stay behind a shield and attack after. Once you get him to about 50% health, he does this shit. You just wait. It's going to say enemy failed.
Finally come round, have you?
And he's done.
I knew you would. You're a
He is
man.
done.
True and true.
Now, you talk to him, he will tell you that if you come back, he will set up shop and he will be a merchant for you to buy things from.
Now, how did I took you for an innocent cloud water and a true man of
Select the forgive and forget because then you can't do his missions or buy stuff from him, and he has several items that we actually want.
So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to
Normally
do
I
a
would
deal.
just kill him because you can take his bell bearing and go give it back to the Twin Maiden at the hub and just purchase the items from there. But then we miss out on his quest line. We can just run by all these dickheads.
Welcome, so you won't need a refund.
So we could buy 3 more of those. We could buy this. This is the cookbook that's going to allow us to make golden Foulfoots. We want that. Now, I try to make up for what we sold. I don't want to sell anything because some of y'all may want to use these items later. So
Thanks for that.
but we need to get 5,000
Something
more
on your shelf. No,
in
don't
order
trouble
to
me.
get this shackle right here. Shackle will be useful
Cheers for
against
that.
Margit that we had activated over here in order to get to the round table. So we're now going to warp here because that now completes two parts of these NPC quest lines, and we've unlocked a merchant. So we're going to end it here, and then we are going to start up the next chapter. Hello. We are back. Now, we're going to do an NPC quest line, our start one. I said it a few chapters ago when we were running around doing some grave robbing, that there was an NPC that was over here in this area that wants us to go kill a bunch of people at his castle. You can see him standing over there on that broken pillar. So let's drop down here and make our way to him. Now you can kill this guy, and when you kill him you get a golden seed. If you keep him alive you get a stone for a plus 25 weapon.
Well, that's so. Despite a
So we're going to keep him alive for
I
now.
want you to night. What my fault? Oh, I fret not, I had to pray. Honestly, first he, then he, and to think. What are you, my fool?
There he goes. He repeats himself. Now we're gonna warp down here to Fort Height West. Now we're gonna go kill everything. Now we have soldiers, we have the one mad pumpkinhead, we have the basic little guys throwing fire pots. Where you at? Come on down here. Now killing the rats in here gives us a group refill bonus. But we're going to want to pick up all the blood roses, because we have the blood grease cookbook in here, and it requires blood rose with the root resin. We can now make blood grease. Avoid the red barrels. If you don't know, red barrels in any game mean they explode. So we got the knight. The knight ain't paying attention to us. We're going to woimp, woimp. I'm doing good, Caramel. How are you? We are recording a beginner's walkthrough for Elden Ring. Alright, once you kill him, you have successfully completed Kenneth Heights quest. He will give you an Ash of War, known as Bloody Slash. You can put it on a weapon, and it will then cause blood, make that weapon a bloody weapon, to where you do blood buildup when you attack the enemies, which is not a bad thing. Most things in here are weak to bleed, so, and bleed does take a good chunk of damage off the opponent once you proc it. Now, with that being said, if you're going to proc bleed, the enemies will they will start to build an immunity up, which means it will take longer to proc the next proc and the third proc. The immunity stops going up after 3 procs, but if you're fighting an enemy that requires more than 3 procs of bleed to beat them, you're probably in the wrong area. Just saying. Now we're gonna warp back to the Artist's Shack site of Grace. Okay, we did get the... Couldn't remember if I got the painting reward. Oh, you're good, sir. Like, I'm recording it straight off of the OBS, so I believe the Twitch chat's going to be on there. So we're going to go back over here. We're going to talk to him. He's going to give us a dagger. And then he's going to go to the castle.
Well done. I knew I was out. Go ahead.
That dagger sucks.
Much to
Just saying. That is like the worst dagger in the entire game. It sucks.
Would you like? I see bright. Enter it. Who knows? What say you? Very plain. You. I shall await. Shall hold us. I see.
You get all excited because you think he's going to make you a knight, right?
Right. Much to do.
Bastard can't even do it. He lies. Normally, like I said, normally I kill this NPC because he drops you a golden seed once you defeat him. So normally what it is once I acquire the Bloodhound's Fang and I'm running around with it, I just go kill him right away. It is usually the easiest thing to do. Don't have to deal with them. Don't have to tolerate them. Just go kill him, get my golden seed, and because he's more useful to me as a golden seed than he is as a quest. But I am going to show y'all how to complete the quest lines, because his quest line involves another person that we will meet here shortly. Now, as y'all notice as we came through here, we had rats, soldiers of Godric, and the ugly little munchkins that were throwing stuff at us. Since we beat the knight, the enemies changed, right? So, I mean, it only makes sense. I wonder if this guy's still on the ledge here. Nope.
So indeed, one must be true. I'm sorry that I haven't the great but now.
See, he even tells you he lied to you. Sorry, I lifted your hopes. I cannot make you. We have to find the true person of it. Okay, that knocks out his part. We've done Yura's. I don't know why he's back over here when we talked to him over here. Already talked to Sellen. We've done box stuff. We freed Alexander. Ain't you proud of me, Caramel? I haven't killed not one NPC this round. Now we're going to do D stuff. So, there's two bosses that are going to drop this item. We got the open world Tibia Mariner, who likes to disappear. And he will go anywhere in this area when he disappears. He summons other people in. So if you have a weapon with Sacred Blade on it, it works. It usually tends to work best because you can kill his Goonies without him, without them respawning. Because undead enemies, as you see him glowing, will respawn. Once you defeat them, they respawn. So, if you have enough damage and you can tank some hits, you can easily just kind of get through while he's summoning other people. But you don't have to. I know, right? It goes against my very nature of playing these games. But once you defeat him, D will appear right here at the rock.
Unknown as D. How would you like to
He's going to ask if you want to meet the beast. Okay. Accept the invitation. Like I said, in the earlier parts of this, the invitation grants you some protection from the boss that is guarding the NPC that he wants us to take the death route to.
I've spotted an ill omen someone.
If we were to go there, because it is in that teleporter I pointed out that's right back here, if we were to go there without the invitation, and we were to leave and run out in front of the boss that is standing guard in front of the gate, that boss will aggro and start coming after us. But since we have the invitation, we don't have to worry about that. That boss won't aggro to us because we have the invitation. Now, from there, because that was one of the death route, there's a second one in this tunnel. Okay, that's why we immediately warped over here to this one. We're going to switch to our weapon with Sacred Blade. Whatever weapon you have Sacred Blade on, we're going to switch to it. This tunnel is full of skeletons. This is why Sacred Blade is awesome against dead enemies. Undead. When you kill an undead enemy with a holy buff on your weapon, it kills them. If you were to kill them before, they will start glowing and resurrect. Every time. That goes the same for the summons that we picked up from fighting the Tibia Mariner. Calm down, guy. Jesus. The summons that we picked up, I can't remember what they're called. There you go. Skeleton Militiaman Ashes. When you summon them in, if they do not get hit, because the AI of the enemy in this game does not take into account that stupid annoying quirk that the undead enemies have. They can defeat them, and about 10 seconds later they return. They rise back from the dead. So once you defeat all the enemies down here, we're going to turn and go down this tunnel. We're going to go back down here. We have 2 more skellies and these items. These grave gloveworts are used to upgrade normal summons. We will acquire special summons here shortly, but they are used to acquire the normal summons. The wolves, the skeletons, Bill Engvall that we picked up from fighting the Grave Warden. They're used to upgrade them, but we cannot upgrade them yet because the NPC is not at the round table for us to upgrade them. It is that annoying little girl that was sitting in the shack that gave us the jellyfish summon. We're going to drop down here. We're going to take out these ones. One of my favorite things about Elden Ring is that we don't have to deal with weapons breaking. So I never have to worry about going to fix my weapon. And just like that, we have killed all the skellies in this area. Now we're going to go to the boss. The boss is not an undead enemy. So we don't need to use Sacred Blade. We're going to go back to our strongest weapon that we can currently use one-handed right now. Bloodhound's Fang. The Bloodhound's Fang is probably hands down the most versatile and useful weapon of the entire game. It is one of the few and only somber weapons that you can actually buff, which makes it even more valuable. What I mean by that is if you try to equip, let's see here. So the Reduvia is a special weapon. You cannot buff the Reduvia with greases or spells or incantations that do weapon buffs. It will not allow you. The Golden Halberd is a special weapon. You cannot buff it either. one of the very few weapons that is buffable in this game by incantations, spells, and greases is the Bloodhound Fang. It is the reason why most people use it. It is a very strong weapon, and then the Asher War makes it even better because you get a lot of iframes when using it, and the follow-up attack once you launch it, it does a good amount of damage, and you get even more iframes with it as well. Now, whenever you come in and you attack that boss, it's immediately going to jump back. Don't waste your FP trying to do the follow-up to the Asher War, because you're going to miss. Exactly what I did. Come hit it once, let him jump back, come up to it because he'll jump back here. He has no other spot to jump, and you can easily just finish him off. And there goes our second death route. Now, we've met one nighttime boss already. It is morning, so we're not even going to get to the next nighttime boss that appears here or over here. But what we can do is we can go ahead and go get a free Sill by turning in these two Deathrite roots. And you can see just kinda a small portion of how big this world is. Let's see here. We've done D stuff. D will automatically go back to the round table. Your stuff's completed. He's gone. We did Blide shit. Blide's gone. Box stuff is done. Alexander's done. Yeah. So this ain't gonna mess up anything in the game by going here now, or forcefully pushing people into the next part of their quest where we miss something or locking us out. So like I said, that guy there is a boss. If you do not have the summons, if you were to run by him right now, he will attack you. You have to go in here and you have to talk to this Hunchback of Notre Dame in here. This beast clergyman. And if you don't get why he's called that, look at his fucking hands. I mean, I don't know why he's sitting on his legs the way he's sitting on them, hunched over like that. But it's kind of weird. We're going to hand him over. The more you give him, he rewards you for each time you bring him something. Do note there is a point where when we go to bring him stuff, we want to be careful with it. Now, this is a that part we're in now is a later game area. I'd say it's probably just past mid game. But you don't really want to hang out in this area. But we can do this. We can get on our horse and we can go outside. Because there is a golden seed that is down here. Right there, as you see. We can go grab that real quick and then get the fuck out of here. Because these little Oompa Loompas that are running around here, they will one-shot you. Now, as you see, he is not making no effort to attack us. Because we are welcome here. If we came here without the invitation and we tried coming back, he would be after us. Now we're going to come back. Let's see here. Let's go do the watchdog. So as you go back to the Church of Ella, we're going to go this way. Just jump over there. We're going to ride around these busted ruins. We got more imps to deal with in here, so we're going to put the shield back on because we deal with them by guard countering. And since we got the brass shield, we're going to use it. It is the best medium shield that you can get. The brass shield does way more than the other shields. Twice as much. So we're either going to have to drop armor or we're going to have to level up our endurance. Those are the only two options that we're going to have. For right now, we're just going to drop some armor and call it a day. Because we're going to equip... Oh crap, you know what? No, we're going to put points into endurance. We're going to level up our endurance. Because we can't even have a talisman on right now with... That should allow us to be able to equip the talisman. Yep. So the talisman we're equipping is the one we got from the Black Knife Assassin, the boss we just killed. It restores hits, or restores HP on critical hits. Well, what's a critical hit? Well, it's simple. It's the riposte. I waited too late for the guard counter. So right now we currently kind of have a vampire build going. We hit the guard counters on these guys, we get health back. Because the guard counter breaks their poise, we take the crit, we get the guard counter. Come on down here. There you go. Makes life nice and simple. Alright, you're not going to come down. Works by me. Now, as you see, magic doesn't do much damage to these guys. But when they're clung to the wall, they're a bit annoying. Now, there are two ways to deal with the fire here. You can either shoot it. We don't have any arrows. Or you can throw something at it. Best thing to do is to throw a kukri. So, you take your longbow. So that way you can aim directly at the middle of it. And then throw a kukri at it. As you see, the fire stopped. Because the pillar went down. Now we got another one we got to deal with. We're going to come pick that up. Because what this simply does is it says hello. Now we're going to do the exact same thing that we did for that first pillar. Now you can get the timing down. And you can actually run in between the flames. Which is normally what I do. But seeing how this is a walkthrough for beginner players, we're going to do it the easy way. Just lower the pillar. Now we're going to switch over back to our Bloodhound's Fang. We got a ladder there. That is progression. This way is a dead end. As you see, there are quite a bit of enemies just hanging out there. We got some that are up there on that wall, that are over there. See, these things are fucking annoying. Because one of those idiots had to hit the pillar. But it worked out for us because it killed him. So you got to be careful when you're fighting around the pillars. You can jump on it and activate it. See? And you can actually get up here and hide, and they'll circle around it. And they will be dumb enough to run into the flames and kill themselves. Okay. Now we got another dead end out here. Path to go is to drop down from this point right here. Just walk forward and drop down. There's a ledge there. I went too far forward. Oh well. Give me my health back, please. Pick up some more summons. We're going to go this way. We're going to drop down. Oh, well. He already went down there for us. We got another guy hiding back here in the corner. You'll see. If you plan to do guard counters or use a shield, make sure you equip the Crimson Assassin Talisman, because as you can see, it works, does some wonders. Because most enemies, you can break their stances really fast with guard counters. Now, we're going to go back to what we were doing. Because now we're going to fight the boss. Now, this boss is annoying. I hate these bosses. I hate this boss with a passion. The watchdogs are some of the most annoying bosses for me. Y'all will just see why. So, we're going to do our buffs. We're going to drink our physic. We're going to Golden Vow. We're going to two-hand. Switch back to the Bloodhounds. We're going to fill our magic back up, and then we're going to go in. Lock on. Run to the side. They're annoying. That jump attack is a stalling move that keeps them from getting their poise broken. They're annoying. I can't stand them. I don't like them. But we've now beaten that one. Let's see here. We've got him out. We took... Patches is alive. Let's go to Patches. We're going to go beat Margit now, but we're going to get the shackle from Patches. Now Margit's a bit of an interesting case. The shackle that we're going to pick up will more or less keep him on the ground. We'll buy the Foulfoots too. So we're going to be able to more or less bully Margit around. Beating Margit gives us 12,000 souls, gives us an extra talisman pouch, and we can progress forward with the story. I want that there. I want that there. I want to make blood grease. And we're going to put the blood grease here. Okay. Now, like I said, if you summon outside of the boss fight, NPCs or regular players, the boss gets a 50% boost to health, poise, and you get paid less for it. So you can summon Rogier if you want. It's your call. Play how you want to play. Rogier is a spellblade. He will cast magic, and he will also attack Margit with his rapier. But if you don't, if you're going to do this the way I'm doing it, we are going to buff. We're going to two-hand, and we're going to apply bleed to our weapon. We're going to then hit Golden Vow, and we're going to two-hand again. We're going to refill our mana, and we're going to go in. Now, the Bloodhound's Fang does 55 bleed on its own. With bleed grease, it is now doing 85 points of bleed per hit. We got a bleed proc there. Damn it. Ouch. All you gotta do is get... I was trying to be greedy. Will you stop? He can be fairly aggressive. I was getting greedy in that, so I usually do. But as you see, we've now got 12,000 souls, and we got an extra talisman pouch. Alright, so we're going to rest here, because we wanted the extra talisman pouch. We wanted the money. Now, when you find the openings to be able to hit Margit, which, as you saw, he gives you quite a bit. I want to tell you the way he normally opens, which that was close to it. But I have had bad luck so far, and we have not got any normal openers from most of the bosses that we need to get the normal openers for. So... yeah. So from there, we're going to go back to the Saints Bridge. We're going to go fight another boss that is down, that you can very easily miss, because you don't think about this. You're going to jump up here, and then we're going to jump down. If that Spirit Spring wasn't there, you would die. Now, I completely missed this boss in my first playthrough. I got probably, the first time I played this, I probably found about 120 to 130 of the bosses. There are some of them that you just don't know that are there unless you are just like taking like 5 steps and then stopping and looking around. So this is another place where we glad we went and got our lantern for, because now we have light to see. Don't run towards the edge as fast as I did. Slowly drop down. If you've been leveling vigor up, you can survive the fall, but just best not to. Don't waste your health. I'm gonna drop down the edge, walk to this corner, drop down. You can kind of see where you're dropping down as you go down. Now, I won't that on, and I won't. You know what? We'll add that too. There's wolves and bats in this area. We're going to continue forward. There's going to be a wolf hiding in some bushes up here. As you see, we locked onto it. No matter what, he will always jump out at you. Just guard and guard counter him when he jumps. We're going to get us some free fire grease. That should be them all. Yeah, that's all the wolves for this area. Now we got flying rats. All over the place there are flying fucking rats. Nobody likes flying rats. We know this. But they are here. Now, this is a great spot to have Gravitas, because you can bring all of these flying rats down to the ground with Gravitas. Should have put Gravitas on something instead of just, yeah. But as you see, it makes it easier than what it already is to get them down. Now, once you drop down, you want to go back in here because it's one of the few smithing tools that you're going to find in this area. There's about 12 smithing tools you can find outside of the progression path, which is past Margit through the castle. You'll find smithing tools in there, but why wait to get in there to have them when you could potentially have a stronger weapon before you even go in there? As for the somber weapons, you won't find a somber 3 till you progress into the next area, unfortunately. There's no somber 3 anywhere close to the starter area. So we don't need a buff for this boss because it's our favorite ankle biting one with very nice feet for all you foot fanatics. And we're going to act like chihuahuas and attack the fucking ankles. And then come up. Bam. Dead. Simple. Now, if you did not kill all the bats out there, they may still be trying to come at you. But there's more to this area than where we've been. And I'm gonna go show you that. So you want to be careful when you come back out the waterfall. Make sure that you can see the pillar that is underground. It's in the water. Run and jump back up. You see there's stairs. You want to jump over. Octopus. Die. Now, we're going to go this way because there's going to be some more smithing stones over here. Where are they at? These guys are weak to slash damage. and you can break their stance really easy. And them, just like the golems, are weak to the riposte. Where's it? There it is. There they go. Oh, it's the finger remedy. That's what was back here. Hey, y'all need to die. But that clears that out. We're getting close to late day. So we're going to go ahead and pop on over here. We're going to go ahead and grab our root resin. Ooh, we got 7 on that one. Now we're going to rest. And we're going to pass time tonight. We're going to switch our Bloodhound's Fang for our Lordsworn Greatsword, +3. Let's check how many smithing 2s we have. We have 6. We have enough to take it to +5. So, you know what? Let's go do that. To the round table we go. Because like I told y'all, fighting undead enemies is best with anything holy. Sacred Blade or Holy Pots. You know what? I want to upgrade this. And then let's put Sacred Blade on this. There we go. No, you stay. You switch to this. Alright, we're going to end this part and we will pick up the recording right back. Alright, we're back. Now, we're going to go back to the War Master Shack. Yeah. Because we have 2 nighttime bosses that are here. One that's going to spawn inside the shack, one that's going to spawn over here. Now, for the boss that's going to spawn over here, he's going to spawn on these ruins. Now, we're going to go to that patch, that little square block right above my head when we go over there. It's going to put us in the perfect position to fight this guy. First thing we're going to do is we're going to make 5 holy pots. We're going to equip the 5 holy pots. Now, we don't need a buff because our weapons between Sacred Blade on a +5 Morning Star and the holy pots are more than enough to kill this enemy. As you see, him spawning in right there. Big chunk of damage. Oh man. Stop doing that. Bad goat. That's pretty much all it is to killing those. As you saw, the holy pots do a good amount of damage to it. You fall down. We got a bleed proc on that. So that takes out the first nighttime boss. Now, this next one is trouble for a lot of people. It is called the Bell-Bearing Hunter. They are very, very annoying. So we're going to switch back to our Bloodhound Fang. Okay. Now, you see Bernie in here. We're going to come talk to Bernie real quick. We're going to leave Bernie alone. We're going to come touch the Grace. You notice Bernie's not there no more, right? So we're going to go ahead and do our buff. We don't need that. We're going to refill. We're going to go in, as he spawns in, lock on. Charged attacks. We're going to break his stance right away. Get our riposte. Lock back on. Damn it, I thought I got back far enough. And that's it. Break his stance. Hit him with a full Bloodhound's Fang. You can hit him with a second one, and you can, depending on what he's going to do, you can hit him with the follow-up. When you do 2 Bloodhound's Fangs back to back, the initial attack and the follow-up, you will break his stance again. And when you break his stance the second time, you can get another riposte. Now, we're going to go fight another pain in the ass knight. It is right here in this Evergaol. I say that because he is a pain in the ass. He hits hard, he has a great shield, and he blocks a lot of things. So, we're going to beat him. We're not even going to buff. We're going to use the parry method. Now, you can dodge this guy. You can get out of his way and all that stuff if you want. He has 4 basic attacks in phase 1. And he does incantations in phase 2. He has incantations mixed in with his actual attacks in phase 2. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and go down here and get the talisman first. That talisman right there allows you to shoot your bows go farther. Before they patched it out, there was a bug that there was a spell. If you had that equipped, you could cast this spell called Rock Sling, and you could use it to hit people from across the map. It also, for some reason, affected that spell. So we're going to go in. Now, the strat we're going to do, we have nothing that is practically going to help us with it. We're going to get no advantages from our physic. We're going to get no advantages from our talismans except for the Crimson Assassin, where we're going to heal on the riposte. So, we're going to go for it. We're going to trigger him in. And then we're just going to parry. The trick to parrying this guy is the moment his weapon goes to come forward is to hit the parry. I don't know why my controller is being delayed. It's a very tanky guy. Very tanky. Does not bleed either. He is one of the more difficult fights in Limgrave than some of the other bosses. As you saw, the shift into phase 2 with the jump and then the tail swipe that he does. If you miss a parry in phase 2, you will pay for it. But beating him with the Crimson Assassin dagger on and just parrying him is probably the safest bet. Just saying. As y'all saw. It takes a bit longer, but it works. Okay, we got 20. That will make 21. Alright, we finished with all the bosses that are in this area, including the Grafted Scion. If you did not kill the Grafted Scion in the start, I will show you how to get back to it, and by that time you will be even stronger, and the fight will be even easier for you. Alright. So now we're best off coming over here because we got an NPC over here that wants us to do something. So we're going to go to the Bridge of Sacrifice.
Hello? Might open. My name is a servant's fight, but I swear my good father decided to the servants have since come. I fear it's no lease. Would you mind my sole wish, please? Thank you. Then please. Deliver. Please, you can be stubborn.
Alright. Now that we've talked to her and got the ladder. Damn it, I can't say the word. We're going to warp over here to this. Because we got a Knight's Cavalry that is right over here. That we're going to go ahead and take out. We're going to go come talk to him. We're going to buy the cracked pot. Now, we don't need a buff to fight him. But we are going to replenish our holy pots. Because we got another death bird that we're going to be fighting here shortly. Motherfuck. You stop with the bullshit, guy. Good old dick smash. I said, we're going to acquire all their stuff as we go through the game. Now, we're going to re-equip our 6 holy pots. We're going to make our life easier and take out these freaking flying rats, because they have a habit of ruining stuff for us. Now, easiest way to take out, where is he at? There he goes. To take out this death bird. Get up here. Just flat out can't reach you. It doesn't dawn on him to go around the other way. To go that way. Doesn't dawn on him. So, there's a lot of people that are out here that play this game that make the game a lot harder than what it has to be by doing challenges. And it's exactly as what that says. They are challenging. If you want to do challenge runs, go ahead. Do the challenge runs. There's nothing wrong with that. I've done a couple myself. I've done level 1 runs where I didn't level the character at all. I started at level 1 and that's what I played with. I've done no weapon levels where I never leveled a weapon. No summons, no consumables, nothing like that. So whatever I had is what I had. No throwables. Done it where I've done pots only. There's a lot of things you can do in here, but I like using all the mechanics that this game has to offer because there are a lot. And it makes it very interesting, and you have a very wide play style, skill set. Let's go with skill set. The skill set in this game is very vast. I've done spells only, incantations, melee only. I prefer melee because to me melee combat is fun. I have done kill everything where I have literally killed all the bosses. It is what it is. Killed all bosses, all NPCs, all merchants. If I could kill them, I did. Now, you can lure these guys kind of out one by one with a bow. Shoot one of them, they'll come after you. Or if you want to be ballsy and go after them like I did, you can do that too. There's no real point to it. I just enjoy, like I said, the melee combat of it. But we get free fire grease, and then if you come around this side, we're going to get the claymore. The claymore has, hands down, one of my favorite Ashes of War on it, called Lion's Claw. I absolutely love using this weapon. The charged attack is a thrust. The Ash of War is a big backflip, front flip that you do, and come down hard on the enemy. It has great poise damage. You can change the Astral Warriors out on it, so you can infuse the weapon to do different types of damage. Did I mark? I did not mark it. Okay. We got a free torch. Now, you can get to this, you can get over here by continuing forward from downstairs. You don't have to go how we went up there and we came down the side over here, because you can get to where we got the claymore from up here as well by jumping on top of that tent and then jumping over the wall. It's a safe drop. You don't die from it. But you get up here by going the exact same way, by just continuing forward. We got some smithing ones that are over there in that corner, but we also have a sleepy mad pumpkin head in here. So as you see, just by continuing straight and going through the big hole right here, you'll run back here, you'll get to the ladder, and you'll be able to go up. There's a whip, there's some more smithing twos that are over here, a talisman, some throwables, quite a bit of items that are out here in this area. I forgot to, I still haven't bought arrows yet. Some bitch. Where'd the other one go? Alright, so we can go down here. We have 3 paths we can go. We can go that way and drop down, and then where we can't get back up. We can go that way, we can get down, and we can get back up. Or we can go this way, which, as you see, we got a ladder, so therefore we're able to get back up. Note, even if something can fly, if it goes over an edge, it will die from fall damage. These are smithing twos. And we got some more smithing twos that we're going to be able to pick up in here, as well as a somber 2 and some fire arrows that are down below. Don't be shield bashing me. douchebag. We got a grace that's in here too, so you ain't got to worry about running through, about not having enough heals to get to the boss. So, this is that girl's father.
I'm Edgar.
You can attack him, you can get a +8 weapon, or you can leave him alive and complete the quest.
See, thank you. But I can't, even if the castle's ensure that if you see Irina, her father.
So, we've done that. Now, we could warp out and go do what he said and go talk to her. But if we warp out right now, we have to run all the way back through all this nonsense and all that. And I don't want to have to run back through all these idiots. So, we're going to continue forward. We're what? 24 minutes into this one? Okay. We got a grace. We got a grace here, and then there's one at the bottom. We're going to run, drop down in this hole. There's nothing of worth back that way. Pretty much there's no item there. We got a big guy over here. We're going to hit him with a take him out. And we're going to go up because there's a talisman that's up here. If you're using the twin blades, this would more or less be beneficial to you. Or anything that attacks fast where you can get the combo off. It boosts the damage of the last hit of the combos. Because I use bigger weapons, bigger, slower weapons, I don't always get all my combos off. So. We're going to run down, drop, pick this up. Now, we got something that's going to refill our flask. Our heals are back. Woohoo! Run, jump over. Run, jump over. Run, jump. Now, easiest way to land on that. See that broken piece of tile right here, broken rock? Line yourself up with it and just walk off. Now, having trouble seeing the beam below? That's why we got a lantern. Line yourself up with the beam that's behind you, and then walk off. Run through the door. Funnel the rats to you. Don't try to fight the rats where they can surround you. And we got a rare drop. We got a free rune arc. Where we don't have to buy one. Now we got a grace. We're going to go ahead and sit. Yeah. Go ahead and put it all in there. We're going to have a big guy and a flying guy over here. That's it. We're going to get some throwables. Now, you can drop down It's a safe drop. You're not going to die. Now, you don't want to go too far into the water because you will die. As you see, there is an edge. So, I stick close to the wall. Makes life easier. You got a Sombra 2 back there. The jellyfish will not harm you unless you attack one. Just saying. They will not harm you if you don't attack them. Going to make our way around this way. Now we got a crab that's over here. Crabs are annoying. Get us some fire arrows. So now we actually have some arrows because I've been too lazy to go buy some. Maybe y'all didn't. Maybe y'all went and bought some. Good for y'all. So now we got a boss. This guy is fast. And he hits hard. That's him right there. Mr. Misbegotten. So we're going to do our buffs. And that was that fight. If you time his opening right for the Bloodhound's Finesse, you will get exactly what I did. You will iframe through 2 of his attacks perfectly and get a good chunk of damage off of him. Now, he gave us a legendary weapon. There's 7 of them that are in here. This is a colossal sword. The Ash of War on it will give you 5 levels to each of your stats as well for about a minute. So you could actually use it. If you have something that you don't have the strength or something for it, you could use that to get the levels for a minute to use another weapon. It is oddly useful. Right. Now, we're going to come back here because we're going to come talk to the girl. Well, that looks new. Oh, it's the guy. Oh, the girl's dead.
How could this be?
She died.
My fault, right? With me, I chose duty of, and the foul will hunt them down, rest assured. I'll find them.
She died.
I'll hunt them, rest assured.
So that completes this part of this quest line. And we're going to end the recording here because now we're at 30-something minutes. 32 minutes. Alright. We are back. We just finished up the first part of this quest line. We ran through all his dialogue. He's no longer wanting to speak to us. So we're going to be off. So now we're going to clear out the bosses on this side, as we've already cleared out the ones over here. We have one boss that is over here, but we're going to save that one for later. It is a gank fight. It is a very annoying gank fight. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Looky there, we found a cave. So, we're gonna hit our lantern. Boy, that doesn't look oddly suspicious. Yeah, I fell into this my very first time. So if you did, don't feel bad. Drops you down here to get ganked by rats. Then you got a New Yorker rat that's down here. And then normal world rats. So, the next boss, Runebear. Runebear is weak to sleep. So, we're going to go in and we're going to throw a sleep pot at it. That one missed. That one ain't going to take effect. Yay! Poise break. They're also weak to slash. And like that, we have successfully beated the Runebear.